the weakest links in everything they do.
That I can
Well, they do. If you really think about it, everything they bring us is the weakest links, not the strongest.
Doc.
What's up, Doc?
Yeah, I get it.
Did you play golf over the snowy weekend?
Yeah, I did. I went out and played 36 holes every day.
Orange or green balls?
You know that Cherry Creek stays open every day. Our country club there.
They're closed on Mondays.
Oh, wow! I meant all year.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
amazing.
they have a rule. They have a 55-degree rule.
Oh,
Yeah, man.
During the winter, if
It's under 55?
yeah, it's closed on Tuesdays.
Just
wait.
Tuesdays?
Yeah.
So what's the 55-degree rule?
On
On
Tuesdays,
Tuesday,
if it's under.
if it's below 55, the course is closed.
But what about on Wednesday, Thursday?
Then it doesn't matter.
I don't
So
get
it's
that.
Monday closed?
I don't
Monday
even get
is
it.
closed.
Monday's always
Monday's closed, and Tuesdays if it's below 55, but every other day is fine.
Correct.
It's got to be a payroll thing.
0
That's
cents.
how it comes.
How the hell do you plan for that?
Well, if the weather forecast
Oh, man, you told me this
is
computer.
low,
What's that? What's going on?
Hey, Shannon, can you have him reboot this machine? It's dead. Fuck. I don't know what happens on the weekends here. Everything's
Well, they're
always
fucking
unplugged.
morons if you think about it. They're all morons.
I mean, this is unplugged. Oh, wait.
They're all morons. Did I answer that?
I just saw.
Let me just do that
On
again.
yourself. Okay, now it's on.
I mean, is this a fucking...
Forget it, it's a monitor. Maybe it's just loose as fuck. Oh, man, it's almost up. And they're bombing.
Are we up yet?
Yeah. You want it down?
Yeah, it's okay.
They are bombing the living piss.
I'll talk during the show sometime.
You know.
I gotta do this fucking texting to the show. They keep telling me that. I gotta get it up and running. It's my own fault. I just don't do it. Here's the fucking show. Okay, let's see.
Oh man, of course this guy's a piece of shit.
Do you need help, Mark? Do you need something?
I need a monitor.
Can I learn you something? Can I learn you something?
Do you have a monitor in your back?
Can I learn you something?
I can't believe it. I fucking can't believe it.
Sometimes you gotta learn them stuff.
God damn this thing.
You know that?
Who, him? Well, is he teachable?
Believe,
That's,
sometimes you gotta learn them stuff.
but is he teachable?
Yeah,
That's-
every now and then you gotta,
God damn it.
reiterate. You okay, man? Or is that monitor that dead?
It's fucking completely fucked.
He's having one of those.
It took goddamn 6 months to get a computer. Now I don't have a monitor. It's fucking
Hey, Mark,
unbelievable.
you want one of these?
You know what? Fuck them. I'm swapping it out.
Good. No, good. That's right. That's exactly what you do. Take matters into your own fucking hands. What's the date today, folks?
7/3/7/2022.
Hey, is it cool that we're into the spring one?
Fuck, we're gonna get so much
Oh,
snow.
who gives a shit? It goes away in a fucking day. You
No.
people are just so
It does not
exaggerated.
go away in a fucking
Oh,
day.
it goes
Not on my
away.
yard.
You guys are
there.
wah, wah, wah.
Hellcat said, drop tested, Mark. Just throw it down.
God, it took how long to get a computer? Over a year. So that means that monitor sometime around 2023, a new monitor will
Ought to show up, huh? Yeah.
Oh, I'd hate to be anybody that sits here.
That's what I do. Say fuck them. Fuck them.
Yeah, I'm done with that shit. I had keys to the basement. I just fixed it myself.
Mm.
Okay. Dude, we are looking so forward to this trip, man.
What trip? When you guys going again?
We're taking a fucking, well, you don't know this yet. We're taking probably about 6 weeks. Ah, yes, it works.
Where are you going to go? Around the world?
We're going to end up, definitely we're
Around
going
the
to,
country?
we're definitely going to hit some high-end resorts, probably in Florida. And then, you ever been to Hilton Head? We're going to hit fucking Hilton Head's got a kick-ass resort. Well, we're going to go we're going to go like
South and then
Texas south and then up. We're not going to go east like New England and shit, but then back through the middle of the country.
Is guest going to be without a monitor?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Is who?
Yes.
Guests.
Doesn't matter.
No.
Oh.
Fuck, I find out my surgery shit tomorrow. So
When are you going to take your trip?
I don't know because my surgery's got to come first.
Remember, not got to go on that wedding.
Yeah, which isn't a big deal. I was thinking about that. I'll have all my equipment. I can do the show from anywhere in the fucking world, but most likely we'll be here. I've got no issue, unless you got an issue with me doing it from somewhere.
This report is sponsored by
I'd rather
the
you do it when I'm here.
That's what
Yeah,
John
make
Victor
sure.
is starting to
Because we'd
improve
be
around the
fucked
metro
if it
area. We do
Okay.
have a big accident now. trying
That
to-
was our
Once you
intention.
know it'll work, then it's
Three
fine.
right lanes are blocked with a crash in northbound I-25 approach.
Um,
6th Avenue.
Do they
slow to the
usually have good
Washington Street
broadband
Bridge
or
or
5G?
so.
Or you just going to use
Expect brake
5G?
lights there. The two left lanes are getting by.
Well, what I was doing during COVID is I would have both. I didn't have 5G, but I had 4G. So if one wasn't working for whatever reason, the other. I just always made sure we were in a place. If I was doing the show, I would literally go somewhere if that was just rock solid. I mean, if that was the case. But we were planning on being here that month anyhow. Fucking, June and August are hot as hell.
It's fucking weird. I'll take time around too, but I definitely, because COVID is pretty much subsided, I'm definitely going to take time this year. I didn't bother with COVID. I didn't want to fuck around. It was not even fun.
No, and plus Steph didn't want to really go.
Plus,
anywhere.
we did do California a couple times, and we did do Arizona, but it was just a few days here and there.
We were looking at Hawaii too, man. The pricing on Hawaii is fucking unbelievably good right now. I have no idea why.
People away because they were fucking weird.
Well, no, because Hawaii had ridiculous travel restrictions.
That's what I said. They were weird.
Yeah.
You had to fucking quarantine for 5 days.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, you can get. I was just plugging shit in a 3-island deal, so 1 week in each island. I mean, for 2 people, it was under fucking $8,000. Airfare, inter island, nice hotels. It's like, what the fuck?
Begin your journey to healthy mobility and healthy living.
We're looking at Bora Bora too. You ever heard of that fucking
Yeah.
place?
Yeah.
OSTEO.com.
When he's not talking about it, he's tweeting about it.
There's so many people dying over there, man. It is just a horrible thing. It is so bad. That fucking Putin is just a monster, man. Can you imagine just having to just pack up and leave your
You know
country?
that there's an ultra-white right-wing faction that loves him and thinks what he's doing is good.
That's crazy.
Read about it. They think that the Ukraine is a center for child trafficking and all this shit, and that Putin is eradicating all that. No, they're like over the.
They're nuts.
Totally.
Totally crazy. It's a QAnon.
Look, we're going to drop below 33. Right now, we're watching it. We're literally watching it go to 32. Right? Boom, 32, the Dow. It just went from 33 to 32.
I'm Tom.
Don't we? Ups and downs. What we try to do is at least help you with your everyday aches and pains, the things that make you tick and the things that tick you off. I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show this hour, brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. That's just basically a little help for your aches and pains and anxiety, and now a cosmetic line. It's really good stuff. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Just put Tom in the promo code, get 30% off. RealCBDThatWorks.com. The brand name is Panacea Life Sciences. Damn near organic CBD, grown right here in Colorado and made right here in Golden. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Hey, welcome. Let's go to the phones. What do you say? We're ready to go with your life. Jimmy wants to talk about a car dealership. Hey, Jimmy, what the heck is going on? Oh, I want to remind people, I promise, I will read your emails. Help@troubleshooter.com. Suze always brings up emails. And then also, if you text the show, the short code is 57739. You just put Tom in the subject line so I know it's you, or start off the message with Tom, 57739, and I'll read your text. I really will. So, what's going on with you, Jimmy?
Hi, Tom.
Hey, man, what's going on?
Hey, not a lot. I actually am calling about a car dealership that I believe ripped me off.
What happened? What did you buy?
I know.
What did you buy?
I bought a 2006 GMC and
GMC what, sir? What kind? A pickup?
What was it called? A Yukon.
Okay. And what's the problem? And where'd you buy it, by the way?
Okay, I bought it at ETO's Motors and Company, INC.
Where is that located?
That's located at 890.
Just send me the city.
South of Anna Street.
Okay, right here in Denver. Okay, Aurora. What's the name again? I'm not hearing that for the name of the dealer. Ethio, did you say?
Yes, it's spelled ETHIO.
Oh, I heard it right then. Ethio.
Ethio Motors.
Okay.
And when they sold me this vehicle, I was under the impression that I was getting a good vehicle.
Well, hold on. Now listen, I'm not trying to pick on you. I love when people say that because I want to dissect that for people. When you said under the impression you were buying a good vehicle, what put you under that impression?
Because I thought that the vehicle looked in good condition.
Yeah, but did they make any representations to you? Did they say this is a perfect vehicle, or great running vehicle, or good vehicle, or anything like that that you can prove?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They told me that it was a very good vehicle for what I needed, because I was looking for something that would get me back and forth to work. I'm actually disabled, and
what's your disability? Oh, your neck. Hey, Jimmy, how many miles on this vehicle?
It has 195,000, and that was something they did not disclose.
Well, hold on.
They told me it had only 100.
Wait a minute. What did the odometer say?
There was no reading on the odometer.
What do you mean no reading? It was zeros?
Zeros. They were took it out.
Oh, hold on. And then on the odometer statement you got with it, did it say true mileage unknown?
No. It actually showed the true miles on it, but I didn't see that part.
Wait. So it did show 195,000 miles.
On the paperwork. Not on the vehicle.
Well, Jimmy, but you had the paperwork and you initialed that.
Yes, I did.
Well, how do you initial it and not see it?
Because I didn't have my glasses on, and I wasn't looking at the paperwork very correctly. He was kind of guiding me through that paperwork.
Oh, Jimmy. So you basically could not read what you were signing.
Right.
Okay, hold on. But then, okay. So you buy this GMC Yukon with 195,000 miles. First of all, any vehicle over 150,000 miles, you will have problems. Okay? Over 200 or nearing 200, you will have major problems. So what are the problems you're experiencing with the vehicle? And how long ago did you buy it? When did you buy it?
I bought it Thursday of last week.
Okay, so you just bought it. Early in March, okay. March, okay.
And I took it back on the 1st, which is 2 days later. I went back and I told him I thought I had 3 days to
Where'd you get that fallacy? You thought you had 3 days to change your mind. You thought it had 100,000 miles. You thought it was a good car. Jimmy, man, you made so many mistakes. I'm trying to help you, but it's hard. You're making. Well, who told you had 3 days?
My son.
He watches too much TV or Perry Mason or something. Here's the bottom line. Nobody's got 3 days, period. There is no 3 days. Unless the dealer gave you 3 days for some reason. Nobody does that I know of. They used to do it at some dealership. But you don't have 3 days. So when you took it back, why did you take it back? Why?
I took it back because it was having all sorts of problems.
Okay, so what did the dealer say? Let's get right to that. You don't have any rights whatsoever. You bought it as is. What did they say they would do for you?
They told me that they were going to fix the problems, that they would try to do as much as they could on the vehicle to repair it. One of the things that they did not disclose to me was the wheels that were on it were aftermarket.
They don't have to disclose that to you. You see, Jimmy, the responsibility is for you to know all of this. It's not, they don't have to tell you it has aftermarket wheels.
Okay.
Okay. Why did you go out shopping without? Now, Jimmy, I'm not saying this to make you feel bad, but why would you go out shopping not knowing anything about buying a car? Nothing. You thought you had 3 days. You thought they had to disclose things to you. You thought a whole bunch of things that aren't true. When was the last time you bought a vehicle?
3-4 years ago.
Now, you may ask, why am I bringing up all the mistakes you made? So people listening don't make the same mistake. And I'm trying to find a hook here, something to help you with. Did they fix the problems?
No, they did not.
All right, right now, how much did you pay for that truck?
I paid $17,000.
And, God, all right, did you put money down? Did you trade?
I did a trade-in for $2,000 on my other vehicle.
Okay, probably got screwed there too. All right, so right now, do you have a loan on this vehicle?
I do.
How much?
$17,000. I paid $8,100 for the vehicle, and he helped me fill out the application.
You paid $8,100. Hold on, $8,100.
Yes.
Then why do you have a loan? Hold on. Why do you have a loan for $17,000?
Because they gave me a high interest rate, and I wasn't looking at
No. Jimmy. The purchase price on that truck was $8,000.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you understand, you walked out of there with a loan $9,000 more than the car cost. How does that happen?
He might be looking at the total of all payments.
Are you looking at the total of all payments or the balance on that loan? How much did you finance? The amount financed was how much?
Was $11,500, I believe.
And that was with a $2,000 trade. How do you do that? The amount financed should have been around $6,000. How did it go up to that much?
Well, yeah, it did go down to $6,000.
But then you say your loan's $12,000.
Right. Let me pull up.
No. Here, Jimmy. Okay. We need to see your paperwork. Okay. We're in the dark here, man. We're in the dark.
Okay.
I think you got totally screwed, Jimmy. You got totally screwed. I mean, you couldn't have been screwed. You couldn't have done worse. You could not have done worse. You have a terrible vehicle, terrible problems, terrible financing, everything. The problem is they might have you hooked.
Yeah, I know that.
Hold on. Suze, let's just try to get a hold of this paperwork. This is ridiculous. We got to see this deal on how badly you were screwed by Ethio Motors. God, why does this happen every single day?
Inventing Anna, the official podcast, delves deeper into the story behind the Netflix series about Anna Sorokin, the fake heiress who stole the hearts and money of New York social elite, featuring conversations with the actual people.
Well, he signed everything.
iHeart Guest Mark, is that the one I want? What's that? Which network do I want?
Yeah.
iHeart Guest?
Yes, and there's your password.
I think is there 2 iHeart guests?
I got to do a spot here or 2.
Wherever you get your podcast.
Let's talk about what's St. Patrick's Day coming up? Why do I want to talk about that? Because a bunch of you idiots are going to go out and drink and drive. And I say idiots because it's the easiest thing to prevent with a designated driver. And now we have ride share and we have taxis. But many of you are going to try to calculate what you can drink and get away with it. Or some of you might be pulled over and even falsely accused. That doesn't happen often. But here's the bottom line. If you're in trouble, you need a criminal defense attorney. And with the DUI, there's 2 things going on. motor vehicle and criminal. Both you need an attorney for, and Joe Lazzara can take care of it. Now, I don't mean take care of it like poo-hoo, nothing happened, but get you through the system with minimal damage. 303-429-6200. Free initial consultations, and when you hire him, flat rates. Don't shop under pressure. I've done the shopping for you. Joe Lazzara, criminal defense attorney, 303-429-6200. You can find him at referralist.com. The best way, and I mean the best way, to get your carpets clean, ZeroResDenver.com. They have a patented process, both in the water, which is empowered water. It's a super softened alkaline-based water that gets to the dirt, grime, pathogens, and cleans and sterilizes your carpets without any soaps, emulsifiers, or chemicals. There's no grit. There's no residue. And it dries faster, stays clean longer because there's nothing to attract more dirt. Yes, those soaps they use actually attract more dirt. Safe and effective. They have a special scrubbing technique, too, that gets deep into the fibers without doing any destruction. 3-room areas, just $99 with the company I use in my home, ZeroResDenver.com. Oh, man, you can do just the traffic areas. You can do the whole house. You can do just the 3 rooms for $99. 303-471-5150. 471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com.
You know, right?
What's been going on, Brent? We got rid of our office space.
Totally.
We're going to go to, like, instead of having 11,000 people, we're going to go to 3.
Where are you getting this one? Where are you getting it?
So, like, somewhere here in the tech center. So right now, we've done
Did you have to buy out? Did you have to buy out?
No, we subletted. We took the whole thing. Saves us $30 grand a month.
Wow. Who did you find?
So, some insurance
And
company.
you're allowed to do it.
Yeah, we know the former guy who owns the building's a buddy of mine.
But who wants?
I don't know. It was, what are they, like, North Point Insurance or True North Insurance? Something North Insurance. And I was like,
When's the lease up for you, though?
so we have 3 more years left on this. Wow.
Did they take all 3?
They took all 3.
Did they guarantee it?
$695-7000.
So do you collect or do they pay direct?
They pay direct. We just have to pay
And
direct.
but your landlord lets you know if there's a hiccup.
Yeah, they'll let us know if they don't pay or.
You have to take recourse, right?
What's done
Well,
more
they
to
don't have to, but
improve
they guarantee.
overall health and wellness? Modern medicine.
The greatest deal for us ever. And then we're going to get rid of our
Who
space.
negotiated? Who found that?
So, one of my former business partner's sons is a commercial guy, Bobby Nisley. So Bobby found it for us. So we called him like 6-8 months ago. I'm like, look, we're not in the office. No, like, I just didn't want to have to fight with everyone to go back. And honestly, they're more efficient at home. It's like we need a space to have a meeting a couple times a month and hang out and just do,
So many companies are doing it.
Yeah, no, it's been awesome. It's great. So then we're in the process of getting rid of our space down in Arizona.
Do you think you actually need the 3,000?
The only reason we're going with 3 is we want conference room, training room, big kitchen area to have like, events and stuff with the staff.
I got it.
And the landing areas and a handful of offices.
Do you do your closings there?
Yeah, we do. So we need those areas in front, those kind of client meeting rooms and a big conference room.
Got it. Yeah, because you don't want a client over to your house.
Yeah, but 3,000 is nothing compared to what they're paying.
No, not even close. Like, even if we went as crazy as one.
I just got to do a couple spots here when I start talking.
Yeah, $360,000 a year, you're saying.
That's unbelievable.
It's huge. Our rent in Arizona is $8,000-9,000, I think. So,
How's the climate out there, man?
it's tough. I think
Arizona's perfect.
Well, Arizona's
most
great.
of the year.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking business.
Oh, it's business.
You know what I think is going on? So the consumer thinks because rates move 0.5%. Okay, I had this happen. I was at a baseball practice the other night. Like, well, yeah, 0.5% on $500,000. That's another $550 a month. I'm like, whoa, time out. No. So it's $138. 0.5% on $500,000 is $138 more a month. That's it. So I think it's just the psychological. It's the psychology of the consumer. I mean, we've all, Tom, you've watched it for
But
years.
you have the interest rate guarantee.
Yep, we do. And then we're going to roll out something else where once you're
Don't say it. Don't say it because we're on broadband. Let me have him turn that off in a minute here. Next break. Because I don't want to get anything out for competition.
Yeah, for sure. No, we got a couple of great things.
I remember we bought our first house. There was another one we wanted that was like $25,000 more. And we had it in our head, then I realized, wait, $25,000 more over a 30-year mortgage is like 2 cents a day. I mean, it's not.
Crazy. Shut the.
I know my last
Hold on,
one.
guys. I have to do these spots, right? No? Okay.
Okay. All right.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Frank Duran, the real estate man, by the way. We're talking a little bit of real estate today with Brent Ivinson, Ideal Home Loans. And Frank Duran, he offers a service more valuable, I think, than an appraisal. Now, for a seller, you see, it tells you what he thinks he can sell your house for. And most of the time, it has been over appraisal. Now, appraisals are needed for buyers, of course, to get a loan. They're still there. And you still need, of course, home inspections and all that. But what Frank does is gives you an idea of what the market will bring, and it's free. It's complimentary, no obligation to list. 303-920-1622.
I talked to Frank over the weekend. He closed one. You ready for this? $150,000 over asking.
Okay. Now, Brent Ivinson, Ideal Home Loans. How many are you seeing like that?
We're seeing quite a few. It is very, very, very competitive out
Now, lenders don't care if you go over the appraisal as long as you make it up.
Right. As long as you can cover the gap with cash, you're fine.
But here's what I want to know. With so many homes selling above appraisals, when do appraisals start going to realism?
Yeah, I mean, they do eventually start to catch up. The problem you have right now is the inventory is so unbelievably limited. I mean, we had the lowest inventory level we have ever seen since they've been tracking it in January of this year, ever. It was like, I think there was 1,800 active homes for sale.
And they're sold right away?
Oh, right away. I mean, there's a line. It's a bidding war. So,
what about refi?
You know, what we're seeing is a lot of people are taking advantage of refi. We've had a lot of our...
But there's a lot of people making the mistake of holding.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's what people are doing now is they're tapping into all this equity. I mean, look, equity it is at an all-time high nationwide, everywhere.
You know, that was before the big crash. They did that. They tapped into equity, but that was before the guidelines were looser. They're a little tighter now.
They're a lot tighter now. Yeah, your stated income loans, your non-verified loans, that stuff really doesn't exist. I mean, there is a small market of it, but it is priced for risk, and it's not nearly as robust as it used to be.
So you don't think we'll get in trouble that way, where people tapping equity and then walking away?
No, you know, what we're seeing a lot of people tap equity to do is put money back into their house. They're choosing to remodel and stay rather than go the route of listing and all the showings and multiple offers, and then maybe even potentially having to change schools. And a lot of people are growing frustrated when they go out and see how much more they're going to have to spend to get.
So they fix up their house.
They fix up their current house.
303-867-7000 is their number at Ideal Home Loans. And they do free analysis of your current loan and what a new one would do to give you an idea of if it'll pay, because they want to put you in a better position. Hey, Karen, what's going on with your roof? Hi, Karen.
Hi, Tom. Thank you for having me on your
what's
show.
happening?
Well, we moved here from Washington in April of this last year, and we finally found a house, and it was quite a challenge.
Yeah.
But we had to put a new roof on it, and so we found a contractor, and the realtor that sold us the house.
Now, this was not an insurance job, right?
No.
Okay. And what roofer did you find?
It was Peakstone. And they're out of Colorado Springs.
And is it called Peakstone Roofing?
No, it's just called Peakstone is how it's registered with the state of Colorado.
Okay, and what's the problem?
Well, we paid him in July for the first
how much?
down payment. It was 70. Let me just find the exact amount. It was $79.17.
$7,900?
Yes.
Well, okay, why did you have to make a big down payment?
So that he could pay the supplier.
Well, that's your first red flag. First red flag. They don't have credit, or they can't pay the supplier. First red flag. What next?
Okay.
I mean, this is for people listening. And if you call me and say, how dare you, I'm new and I can't afford it, then I say, then you're not doing business with me. I'm sorry. You know, if you can't float credit, or if you can't pay for your supplies, I'm not gonna bankroll you. And if you're so great, I must use you, and you can't pay for materials, I'll pay for them when they're delivered to my job site. But I don't even like that. But go ahead. You paid a $7,900 deposit. Then what?
Okay, so we got the roof done.
Oh, good. At least you got it done. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
He did a good job.
Oh, good.
And
wow.
So then he came back after the job was completed, and we paid him the balance of $79.70.
Got it.
For the roof.
Okay. Well, he did it, so nothing wrong with that.
No, he did it. He did the job.
Okay.
And so then in December, 2 days before Christmas, we get a letter from American Builder and Contractor Supply Company,
who said that he didn't pay. He didn't pay for the roof.
They're just giving us a certified letter saying that they're putting a notice of intent to lien.
Yeah. Were those materials? Hold on. Were those materials delivered to your job site?
They were.
And you see why I said you should pay for them directly. And but in any case, too late now. So they say they weren't paid. Now, there is what's called a lien protection statute in the state of Colorado. And here's what it says.
Okay.
Here's what it says in essence. If it's your primary residence, if you have a contract with a roofer, and if you can prove you paid that contractor, that roofer, in full, as specified in the contract, you have an affirmative defense against a lien. So you can probably be safe here. Now, that doesn't mean I'm recommending that people trust roofers and contractors and all that kind of stuff, because still there are situations where it can sting you. But I'd like to get our real estate attorney on, if possible, Brad O'Brien, to address the lien. I don't even know what it's called. It's a lien protection statute for homeowners, though. And I know Brent Ivinson, Ideal Home Loans, even when there's a lien protection statute, when somebody puts a lien on a house, you guys won't close, will you, with a lien on it?
No, we won't. We've got to make sure that it's clear. I mean, the mortgage...
Even if it's like even if they can show you by the statute that it shouldn't be on there, that the lender still won't do it.
Yeah, and you used to get title companies that would cooperate a little bit with that, and even now I think they've burned on it enough.
So that's one issue you might have, Karen, if you want to refi or something. The other issue is selling, but you can bond around it. But better yet, I believe there's a way to get rid of it if they try to do it based on that lien protection statute. But and again, Mark, can you look up what that is, that lien protection, the number? I don't remember what it is, but you recall that statute, right? The one where it says if it's your primary residence, you paid in full, you have a contract with your roofer or your contractor and can prove...
Yeah, it's an affirmative defense, but I'm not exactly sure how you compel them to get rid of it.
That's what we need to find out. Good point. Let's find that out from Brad O'Brien. 303-713-TALK. So you hang on, and then Steve has an eviction question. We'll do all of that coming up.
Did you see that email?
Oh, no, sorry.
And then I sent you one I want you to look at. You don't have to look at it during the show, but one of our referral list members wrote a review on a contractor and then got a letter from an attorney saying to take it down. I'm looking at it in every way possible. I don't see any problem with it. I mean, he's stating his opinion, but you need to talk to Shannon on that other thing.
Now, south on I-25 looks good, 225 back up to full speed, finally no reported issues on C-470 or 6th Avenue. Top 31 under a high of 31 today, and overnight low drop to 14. Tuesday, 70 and 40, and then snow expected to move in Wednesday night and Thursday morning.
That says don't look up. Nothing is up.
That's going to be a good expression now.
That movie was
decent. It was all about climate change. Even the writer said that. I could apply it in other ways. I know, but you're right. We're all sheep.
Animal farm, baby.
You know, I love talking about medical stuff that I've actually done. You might all think,
oh, he's a hypochondriac, for God's sakes. He does everything, but I don't. Now, Rocky Mountain IV Medics, I swear, just Friday at the house, I did it. I had hydration, and I do it like once a month. Hydration therapy is not just for sickness and illness, although it'll get you over the hump with the flu, even COVID. What really, it's for health, and it's for dehydration, for vitamin deficiencies, for you can have NAD, which is like a cellular regeneration, or just, a Myers cocktail, whatever you need. They can do for you at RockyMountainIVMedics.com, and they come to you, and it doesn't cost you any more than going to an IV bar, so why not have it in the convenience of your home or office, RockyMountainIVMedics.com. And by the way, you can text or call for same-day appointments. It's 720-987-2155, 720-987-2155. The other one, Colorado Pain Care. Last Thursday, went to an open house at their new beautiful facility out in Lakewood. Oh my God, is it beautiful. And by the way, Colorado Pain Care Sport and Spine, the official name, these people concentrate on getting you out of pain. Pain is a detractor from life. And what I'd like to see you do is get relief. 303-GOT-PAIN. They really work on getting you out of pain. They have locations around the Denver metro area, 7 to 7 hours, 7 in the morning to 7 at night, so it's convenient. And if you mention Martino in your call, on your first visit, you get a free stainless steel water bottle. It's ColoradoPainCare.com, 303-GOT-PAIN. When we talk about money of any kind, people always want to know, how do I get some extra money? Well, one way to do that is sell your old gold, silver, platinum, titanium, whatever you have, with precious metals in it. He's even had, I believe, some beer mugs that had gold embedded. Whatever you want to sell with precious metals, he'll buy. Give him a call. It's if you have any doubts, David Ellis Jewelry. David Ellis is a trusted name in Colorado for 40 years. 303-322-8779. That's DavidEllisJewelry.com. And he's at 3rd and Clayton in Cherry Creek. Again, he's a live local person. Someone has been here 40 years, and you can trust him. Unlike sending it through the internet, through to a nameless, faceless people, or meeting people at hotel rooms. Really, people do that. Don't do it. Go to 3rd and Clayton, David Ellis Jewelry, 303-322-8779.
Did you get...
Excuse me for a second. Michael Brown, you're not one you to get a credit card. They've been trying local business owners.
I don't think we've met.
We have not met.
I'm Brent.
Hi, Brent. I'm Talib.
Nice to meet you, man. How you
Pleasure.
doing?
All right.
Absolutely.
I popped your ad.
There we go. You're here to keep these two in line. Is that the deal?
Oh, no. I'm here to total line.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, somebody has to. Mark, how are the kids?
Fucking great, man. Great. I couldn't be more proud, dude.
Yeah?
I'll tell you, I look back at my kid, especially Miles, at 17, I wanted to fucking kill him. We went through a period of time. You haven't hit that age yet, man.
Well, my twins, my girls are 17.
Oh,
They've been
turned, yeah.
Are they
Brent, how are the
cooperating?
girls, man?
Yeah, they're good. They're cooperating.
Good.
But here's the deal: Dad controls all the purse strings, right? Like the car, the phone,
Everything.
I was going to say, how old are they, your girls?
17. So they just turned
They
17.
both have cars?
No, the option I gave them, you can get 2 pieces of crap, or you can share one nice car. What do you want to do? And they shared one nice car.
Oh, that's good.
Man, I wish I could.
Are they twins, Brad?
Yeah,
Oh,
identical girls.
That's so cool.
That's cool.
Where are they going to school?
They're going Mountain Vista. So
They
we're
have
actually
jobs.
going down
I mean,
to there next week as they're looking
I'm ordering
at
that.
U of A for college, University of Arizona.
Tesla?
Yeah, for my son.
So Addie got
Not a
19.
not a big
She'll have
fancy
her,
one. S3.
her bachelor's
It's
in
the
about 2
smallest one
months.
you can get. Okay.
And then she just applied to CU Law and DU Law
Nice.
and a couple added. She'll be in law school by basically 20.
Here's the deal, man. His daughter will be defending my daughter. The way it's going.
Well, the good news is everyone needs a good defense attorney, so it's good to know. Especially someone that
When she started thinking about law like 5 years ago, she worked in the DA's office with Rockler and this other shit, but she learned real quick that the money ain't there, so now she wants personal injury.
Yeah.
She works for Capless.
Oh, she does? Good.
Yeah,
That's
so
awesome. Good
she,
for her.
you start thinking, okay, you know, it's great to help people out when they're
Yeah,
in trouble.
the staff
but
attorneys, though, the staff attorneys don't make dirt on big firms. But if you own the firm or do the work,
yeah.
But here's the other thing.
We have so many attorneys we know. It's crazy.
For sure. Awesome. Good for you, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, D is pretty expensive, isn't it, Mark?
D is about 60. She's got about 20 a year so far in, what do you call it? Scholarships.
Oh, that's good.
And then we're trying to find some more for her, but we'll probably end up picking up. I'm going to make her get the loans, but we'll probably end up picking them up.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, waterpros.net for the best water systems you can buy for the lowest price. It's simply that simple, waterpros.net. It's a local guy, Paul, the waterman, with his master plumber's license, and all the plumbers. They're great people. Low maintenance systems like the water fountain is under $1,000 fully installed. A whole house system under $2,000 fully installed. Let's talk now. We are talking about this roof thing, and really we'll get right to it. $7,900 for. Oh, we don't have Brad on yet, do we, Brad O'Brien?
Waiting to hear from him.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I'll do, Karen. I thought we had him. I'll wait for a sec. But she paid $79 down, $7,900 upon completion. Now she's getting notices of liens. Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask you something, Karen. What does the contractor say, Peakstone, when you call him about it?
He said that he thought he paid them.
Come on, I thought I paid.
I know.
Sounds like my dog ate the homework. So what happened then?
Well, he has communicated up until I did send him a letter telling him what I was going to do, gave him a lot of warning that I was going to reach out to you and to social media and so forth. And he just said that he got himself into trouble. He thought he paid it, and now he doesn't have the money to pay for it. He said he'll try to get it paid back, but he had some personal problems that he couldn't deal with. And so and he's driving around in a $100,000 truck. He told me he's making $1,000 a month payments on the truck, and I don't understand why I should have to pay his bill. And
well, you don't have to. Not if I'm correct about that lien statute. So hang on, and we'll get back to you on it. Hey, what's going on with you, Dale? How can we help you?
Yeah, I'm thinking of getting an air conditioner and furnace in my home, and I just wonder if there's anything I should know beforehand and if they need a permit to do that.
Okay. They need a permit for HVAC systems for electrical, and they need a permit for gas. Let me explain something. Some municipalities require an overall permit for HVAC, so it depends on your municipality. As far as permits go, people ask, do I care about permits? I care about permits if you care about them. Meaning some homeowners, they want to get something done. I don't care if somebody makes a private deal with somebody and they do it without a permit. I don't care. Personally, I don't care. I'm not telling you to do that, nor am I telling you it's a good thing to do. But I don't care if it's done properly. Now, that's the rub. How do you know it's done properly? Well, the permit does give you some protection because it has to be inspected. However, we have seen plenty of jobs, basements, HVAC systems, plumbing, electrical, all kinds, done with permits where city inspectors inspected it and did not pick up on problems. So it's not a guarantee that you're going to have it done the perfect way either. So it's really a matter of whatever you want. But I would recommend getting a permit, having it inspected. I also recommend that you shop around and you use trusted companies. The lowest price is not always the best. Highest price is not always the best. Okay, it's just it's a matter of degrees. You have companies that have all the right background, insurances, everything done right, and it's going to be more expensive than someone who's pedaling outside of off the back of their pickup truck one at a time. Now, I'm not telling you not to use somebody. I'm telling you to be very careful. You want to know about their licensing, their insurance, all of that. And then what you ought to do is anybody worth their salt will give you a full estimate without committing. If they say to you, we can't give you an estimate unless you're going to buy today, then I wouldn't use the company. If you really want to compare, but you got to compare more than pricing. You have to compare quality of material, of the actual product, and quality of the company to stand behind it. Now, Bob Logan at Plumline Services says he'd rather have a mediocre system installed correctly than the best system not installed correctly. And then Fix It 24/7, George says, if you install something properly, it will work properly, but you also have to maintain it even if it's new. That doesn't mean you have to do major maintenance and repairs, but maintenance and dirt. Dirt is the #1 killer, and so many people, they get a new system and then leave it and never touch it, which can prematurely age it. So do me a favor, look at referralist.com. You can trust it. These people do not screw people, and these people do not stay on there unless they're continually monitored for excellence, and I can tell you that. Now, I can't tell you that about anyone else. I'm also going to tell you to shop around and be comfortable. What size home do you have?
Square footage, I think it's about 2,500.
And what efficiency are you looking for? Is your home really energy efficient?
I don't know. How would I judge that?
Well, how were your energy bills before?
They were pretty good. They were not high. I mean, in relation to other people around.
Okay, what I'm saying is if you have good insulation in your walls and ceilings, then you want to go with something of good efficiency. Sometimes you waste the money if your house is leaking like a sieve and you're not going to upgrade it. But if you have a pretty good tight house, you want to go with a pretty good system. And so you're going to price accordingly. But you're going to be in for some sticker shock if you've never done shopping before on that, because I hate. Are you doing both AC and furnaces?
Yes.
In my opinion, $8,000 is going to be the low end. What do you think, Mark, on a 2,500 square foot house?
I don't think you'll find $8,000.
It'll be more.
I think so.
Yeah, for both. Okay. Maybe 10. Here's the deal.
Yeah.
Everything, if people do it right with the supply chains the way they are and with everything the way it is, you know, just be really suspect if it's much lower. Now, that doesn't mean they're not good, but I wouldn't pay money up front.
And get 3 bids, man. No matter what, get 3 bids.
And then just, call us with any other questions. Steve's got an eviction question. Steve, what's going on? Steve, are you there? Oh, that's too bad. I think he was there, and he's been waiting a while here. 303-713-TALK. Suze, just check out, see if Steve's there. We'll talk about that. And we have some mortgage questions coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Woodley's Fine Furniture.
An accident has been cleared off northbound I-25, our one I-25 problem. It was northbound approaching 6th Avenue, but we still have some slow traffic because of that earlier situation. Stop and go starting around Downing through to 6th Avenue. Now, southbound I-25 looking good, 225 back up to full speed, finding no reported issues on C470 or 6th Avenue. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, a high of 31 today, and overnight low drops to 14. For Tuesday, sunny and 40, and snow expected to move in Wednesday night into Thursday morning, 2 to 4 inches possible. Currently, it's 26.
These guys are estimating 13 to 15 for 2 days.
Woodley's Fine Furniture.
They're high, man, right now. Shit is high. Can't get it. It's crazy.
You will not find better built furniture in Colorado than Woodley's. Visit Woodleys.com.
Another kind of mortgage lending for older people, reverse loans. Appraisal Reverse is a company that's been with us for years. She'll counsel you, their staff, on whether or not you're a good candidate for a reverse. And again, this is for something that people can extract equity without paying tax on it. And you will never be upside down in the loan, ever. And in fact, that's the way it's structured. Also, the house almost always appraises for more than the balance. And if you do it right, that is. So Appraisal Reverse, one of those lenders we believe in for reverse loans. 303-771-3528. approvalreverse.com. Hey, speaking of money, there is a strategy some people are doing in their investment portfolio called Become the Banker. It's a strategy. It's a purposeful overfunding life insurance. Why would you even do that? Well, you get a bigger death benefit, but that's not the real reason. The real reason is they want to grow cash value because the government lets you grow that tax-free. And then as a death benefit, it's never taxed. And if you borrow from it, it's never taxed. So you see, the idea is to have a fund you can borrow from. That's why they call it Become the Banker. Find out more. BecomeTheBanker.org. BecomeTheBanker.org. If you're looking for floor coverings, maybe fixing up a house or getting it ready to sell, they have carpeting in all price ranges, simplyfloorsinc.com, from your rental to your dream home. They also have luxury vinyl tile, hardwoods, engineered floors, and laminates. That's simplyfloorsinc.com, where you can make your own appointment for the experts that provide you the best installers, the best pricing, and design consultants to help you pick and incorporate the floors into your project. Simply Floors Inc. That's INC. Simplyfloorsinc.com.
There are lots of...
Are you guys doing reverses now? Are you going to start?
Yeah, we're going to start. We're actually in Phoenix is an unbelievable market for it. It's a great product right now because home values have gone up so much, and that's such a key component, and rates are still low. But kind of got it started. I've got a bunch of wealth management guys I deal with, and they were reaching out to me saying, hey, can you get my clients a reverse mortgage? Because I would rather have them do that than decimate their portfolio because they can get the money out of their house tax-free. So.
Sharpest Rides in Englewood, they are going to give you the best offer hands down. And the Sharpest Rides is so easy to get to, just located minutes from I-25 in Santa Fe. And with best appraisals in town from their trained buyers, you know you'll always be taken care of and get the best deals at the Sharpest Rides. I'm telling you, if you're looking to trade in, go to the Sharpest Rides, best customer service in town. Get more info at thesharpestrides.com.
Ben, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Attorney Joe Cordell.
New school, new job, new home. Change is hard and can leave you feeling isolated, and divorce delivers one of life's hardest blows. The relationships you counted on are suddenly gone. But you don't have to walk through this alone. For more than 30 years, Cordell & Cordell has guided men through the challenges of divorce. You're not alone. Call Cordell & Cordell.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Colorado area attorneys. 8101 East Prentice Avenue, Suite 475, Greenwood Village, Colorado, 80111.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents
Doug.
Check it out, Limu. A roadside carnival.
Step right up, folks. Test your strength. Come see the fire-breathing baby.
Let's fan out and tell people that Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
Look! An emo wearing sunglasses!
Emo, you're famous. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Driving happy with Febreze car.
You're driving home when, oh no, you hit the longest red light in town. What's this? You're smiling because your car smells amazing. You just installed a Febreze car vent clip. 5 weeks ago, with up to 40 days of consistent Febreze scent, those lights can stay red for as long as they'd like.
Be happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Renew Home Innovations. They concentrate in bathrooms And they do beautiful showers, shower tub combinations, or just big giant, those rectangle showers. A lot of people are foregoing those tubs now, or they're doing a separate tub. But whatever you want, they can do it with American Standard fixtures and wall systems that require no maintenance. We're getting rave reviews about them. They start almost the next day or two. No supply chain issues. They've stocked up. RenewHomeInnovations.com. Nick and the boys are pleasing people with great bathrooms. 303-904-2000. 303-904-2000. Brett, when people do the fix-up loans, what are they mostly fixing up? Bathrooms, kitchens, what?
We're seeing everything. Kitchens, a lot of basements. People are finishing out.
Now, they can borrow the money before they buy the house, right? They can borrow as part of it, and a fix-up loan, and it goes...
Well, we do have that. What we're seeing primarily, though, is we're seeing
refis
who are already in their home tapping into that equity. So a lot of kitchens, a lot of basements. We're seeing, really everything. I mean, I think so many people have spent so much time at home coming through COVID that, it becomes real glaring what works in your house and what doesn't, right?
Very quickly, are interest rates about the same for refis and purchase money?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And even when you pull cash out?
Yeah, there's a slight increase in that, but not very much. Almost not enough to move the rate.
Brad O'Brien is a real estate attorney. We use him for all kinds of questions and answers. OLSlaw.com. And listen, we have a question, Brad. We have Karen on the line, and Karen hired a roofing contractor for her primary residence. She has a written contract, and she has records of full payment, a down payment, and then a final payment. Now she's getting letters from a supplier saying, you're going to have a lien because he didn't pay for the roofing. The roofer says, yeah, we went through some hard times and didn't pay. There's nothing I can do about it. Brad, I understand there's some kind of a lien protection statute for homeowners, primary residences, written contracts, and proofs of payment. Is that so?
Yes. In the mechanics lien statutes, there is a trust fund statute that basically says on a residential job, if you pay the general contractor, but the general doesn't pay the subs or the suppliers, then those subs and suppliers do not have a lien against the house. And also the general contractor remains liable for that payment, even personally liable, like the president of the general contractor could be personally liable for that amount.
Now, Mark asked a question, how do you keep them from filing a lien when you know this statute? What they could still screw up her title.
Oh, yes. Any contractor can record a lien. It's just a matter of getting it released afterwards.
How would she get it released using this lien statute?
Well, the easiest way is to have the contractor sign an express release. But if they won't do that, then you have to go to court and do a quiet title action.
And a quiet title action. Now, what do you mean the contractor sign a release? If the job's already done, can you go back to him to get one?
Sure. It's a piece of paper. Sign this.
And that actually prevents the supplier from filing a lien?
No, I thought you meant...
Oh, no. I meant like the roofing supplier is going to file a lien. Now, if she calls and says, hey, there's a lien protection statute, and you can't file it, will that stop them? Have you ever written a letter to that effect to let them know what the law is? If they go ahead and file it anyway, are they punishable by anything?
Yes, I've written those kind of letters, like telling them they don't have a good mechanics lien, you better not file a mechanics lien.
And has it worked?
Sure, but it doesn't necessarily, it's not guaranteed to work, but it would encourage them to not take that extra step. And
if they do take the extra step and say, screw this, we're going to put a lien on it anyway, and she'll pressure the guy to pay us, it's not in the spirit of the law, but then she'll have to go do a quiet title action. That I've always wondered, what is a quiet title action?
Well, it's a court complaint where you're asking the court to get rid of some cloud on the title of property.
And you use this statute as your defense? I mean, as your basis.
Yeah, there's a whole world of quiet title actions.
Right, but when you go for this, to remove this lien, if they put it on, you would use this lien statute as your basis.
Right.
Okay, so Karen, what I would do, Karen, I really would, is I would hire an attorney, a real estate attorney like a Brad O'Brien, to write a letter saying, according to this statute, your lien is not going to do any good. Don't file it.
They already have.
Wait, what do you? They've already filed? I thought you said it was just a letter of intent.
That was the first part of December, but now in the last part of December, they did file it. It says they have filed a lien with El Paso County.
Hey, Brad, if she attempts this quiet title action and it works out based upon this statute, can she go out over or after damages? For example, if she's trying to refi or buy a house and because of the cloud on title that they should not have, she has real damages?
No, under the mechanics lien statutes, there are not consequential damages by statute or even attorney fees.
About what would it cost approximately for a quiet title action to get rid of this?
Well, it's a really big range because it's driven by how much the other side fights you in court.
How much are they asking for, Karen?
Almost $11,000.
Well, I don't think it'll cost that. I mean, Karen, you need to call at least and discuss this. By the way, olslaw.com, olslaw.com. His number is 720-370-7388. I think that you need to proceed with this. I'm Tom Martino.
Even liens that have been on there a while, Brent, even though they didn't foreclose on them and they have no teeth, they still won't.
Yeah. Even, you know, they came out with that deal a while ago that said, hey, medical doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter from a lending perspective, but it matters from a title perspective. So,
and you get a free, no obligation mortgage review. I promise you, they're not going to pressure you, and they certainly won't charge any upfront or hidden fees. If you like what you hear from my friends, they'll design a custom loan to fit your budget and your needs. And they might let you skip 2 payments if you want to do that. So why not?
You know, that sucks. They can put a lien, even though they know they shouldn't be, and they can fuck your shit up. And you can't even get, and even if you prove that they did it, you can't even get attorney's fees. It's crazy.
No, did he say you could get attorney's fees?
I don't think so. I didn't hear that.
He said there's nothing in the statute where you can get anything besides a ruling.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station, available everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcast.
Are you spending a lot of time in Arizona, man?
No, you know, all the television studios down there still aren't letting people in to do any TV appearances.
Are you serious?
Yeah, a bunch of them are still locked down.
And where?
Down in Arizona. It's like Tegna, globally, is not really allowing anybody in. Like, if we do a Colorado company appearance, we have to do it outside. Nothing inside.
What is up with that? Why? I mean, are they
overly
dumb?
cautious? Overly cautious. Overly cautious.
Even Biden's not wearing a mask anymore.
You think that's driven by key individuals within those particular groups?
Yeah, I think it's just driven by. I think they're worried, like, hey, if we get somebody in, somebody gets sick, and the liability. They're just going, I think, probably over the edge and down the hill.
We've talked about that so many times. You know how hard it would be to prove where you got COVID? It's impossible.
Yeah, so for me, like,
Fauci, you know, they're essentially nothing's really has changed except that we're nearing the midterms. That's why COVID's over, by the way. But Fauci is quoted, follow the science, and then the
it'll be
you
over.
mean political science.
It'll be over when you don't have to wear a mask on an airplane. That's
Yeah,
the
when will
last
that happen?
domino.
That's not going to happen. I think they're going to keep that forever.
Forever?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the airlines appreciate that.
I think the airlines,
I'll tell you,
I think
the
that
airlines too. Just Southwest just went back recently to serving alcohol on a plane. They weren't serving booze.
By the
forever.
way, Southwest, or no, airlines have the cleanest air. They have more air exchanges and have HEPA filters than any other. I mean, it's the cleanest air you're going to breathe.
I'll tell you, the flight attendants are not happy.
It's like, I'm going to be salty in Arizona.
Yeah, one of my good friends is a flight attendant.
They don't like enforcing it?
Well, not only not like enforcing it, they have to wear it the entire flight. And they're working, they're talking to people, and people get
Boy,
upset.
Mark, I'm gonna be there next week. So my son's got a baseball tournament down in Arizona for spring break. So I'm gonna be down there for the whole week for baseball, and then I'm taking the twins to look at U of A. And so I reached out to all the television stations. I'm like, hey, I can come in and do some stuff while I'm down here. Oh yeah, we're not letting anybody in yet. We're still, I'm like, oh my gosh.
You don't do anything in LA, do you?
We're licensed in California. It's just, we don't do much.
I got another client looking for something like Colorado and Company out of LA, man. There's almost nothing. There was a station doing it, but then they went to all local shit.
Yeah, we did some stuff down in San Diego, but it was pretty bush league. It wasn't bad. Yeah, it was pretty bad. The hosts were confused on what camera and kind of stumbling around with stuff. And I was like, listen, just
came off too horny.
Let me sit down and I'll just talk for 7-8 minutes. Let me do it. I don't know.
Find out for yourself how refreshing and easy to use Navaj is. At Navaj.com, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, and Target. Navaj.
Yeah, it's been rough because, I used to go down there and get my golf fix when it was snowing up here. I'd go down there and sandwich a day of golfing on this.
Where do you like to play down there?
All over the place. I got buddies who are members of a bunch of different
The other
spots.
course in there is Weekopod. You played down
Yeah,
there?
Weekopod's awesome.
I love that place.
They're great golf courses.
Where is it?
Weekopod?
It's
Phoenix or?
Phoenix.
It's outside of Scottsdale
Yeah.
somewhere.
It's out, kind of out east. So, no, it's great. Weekopod, both those golf courses
Yeah.
down there are really good.
And always in great shape.
Is Scottsdale and Phoenix considered basically the same?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's like Highlands Ranch.
Okay. And then Sun City, do you do a lot of shit out of there?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be good for reverse shit?
Yeah, that'd be great for that.
My old man owned a place in Sun City.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Rented out years ago.
A bunch of people out there.
Hey, could you pull up my whatever the number's called? With you guys?
Yeah.
I wanted to
go
see if
that
I
way
had
without
any
using
offers.
the card. If you go this way, you'll get locked out. Yeah, go around that way.
Okay.
All the way down.
Thank you.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Finally, after full speed now on I-25, that close to the certified figure speeds throughout downtown, no problem in north or south suburbs. But I-70, not so much. Now we have an accident westbound approaching 245.
Wouldn't put you past him, huh?
It was there. From Chambers that is also slowing traffic coming off of outbound Penny Boulevard, trying to get onto westbound I-70. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, a high of 31 today, and overnight low drops to 14. Sunny and 40.
A high of 31 today.
Expected to move in Wednesday night into Thursday morning, 2 to 4 inches of snow possible. Currently, it's 27. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 K-How.
If you're a valued customer, you deserve a simple gesture of appreciation from your credit card company. And that's why Discover matches all of the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year. Discover. Exceptionally common sense. Learn more at discover.com/match. Limitations apply. I should have had done right to it. Don't be that person that says this after ordering your remodeling project, right, Dad? You got that right, Tom. Hi, folks. Dan Cicchini, ordered done right kitchens and baths, windows and doors. Simply put, we make people happy. Ever since the 80s, we've proven ourselves by being picky. Tell the folks, Tom. Well, there's only one way we'll resurface cabinets. 1/4-inch glued and nailed. Replacement kitchens, only custom-built cabinets by our own people for a fabulous look. Bathrooms, you can count on the tried-and-true done-right bathroom renovation system. And windows and entry doors? Dad, how about your 2 cents worth? Well, it starts with a quality window or door, yes, but I'm here to tell you that preparation, installation, and finish are exactly why they'll be able to join those that say, done right, did right by me. So, folks, whether it's kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, or even replacement windows and doors, as always, you have on word with Future Right at Done Right. 303-722-2295.
You heard about that box of human heads?
Like box of what?
Human heads.
No.
Okay, Monday at 4, we'll talk about the latest
From a medical drug
torture, murder,
carrying body parts.
You're kidding. They just stole heads.
They have the heads all in one box.
Any circumstances under which you would support.
Wow.
That's a little bizarre.
Join me at 4.
It was parked, broken into, and the heads were taken.
Maybe he wants to make head cheese out of it.
Or maybe some heads will roll.
Yeah.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Don't forget to get your insurance checkup from Compass Insurance Group. Now, we used to say find out what coverage you have, if it's adequate and you're not paying too much. But right now, we're also telling you to find out if you are underinsured. Because 85% of the people up in those Hayman fires, the Marshall fires or Boulder County fires, underinsured. They won't even have enough to rebuild. Think about it. 303-713-8255. So Compass Insurance Group, let me give you their number. It's a free, objective look at your insurance to make sure you're not underinsured, also to make sure you have the right deductibles and you're not paying too much for your coverage. 303-996-9000, 303-996-9000. Speaking of insurance, you know, when you buy a mortgage, when you go to a mortgage, get a mortgage, you have to have insurance. Brent Ivinson from Ideal Home Loans, I have a question for you. What do mortgage companies do when someone owes on a house, it burns down? Did you have any loans up there that burns down and they don't have enough to rebuild? What happens?
You know, we were fortunate. We did not.
Whoa.
So we were really lucky. So we did not have anybody up there. But I know that, you know, look, with
what would happen in the industry? Let's say they are carrying a loan for $600,000-$700,000, and these people are out and cannot rebuild.
Yeah.
What do they have a loan on?
That's the problem. So what ends up happening ultimately, right? So the mortgage holder is the loss payee on that policy. So ultimately, it becomes the problem of the mortgage holder.
Because if they can't foreclose on the secured property, people think they can just walk away. But it's an either-or situation. In other words, in a foreclosure, people don't realize this, it's either-or. They can either foreclose on the property or go after you personally. So if you're rich and you let your mortgage go, they don't care. They'll go after you personally and get a judgment, and they can. But what would a court say in that case if a mortgage company goes after them? Would they say, hey, you had some responsibility to see that it was properly insured?
You know, I think what ultimately they're going to hold over your head is the fact that you've got the debt and it's on your credit, and if it's not satisfied, then that's going to haunt you.
Oh, my God. So they end up paying for a house that they can never build. So that's a nightmare.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, I really feel for those people up there because it is an uphill battle. I mean, I had a house that burned down across the street from me when I was a kid. And when you watch that firsthand, think about walking through your house and detailing every single solitary thing you had in your house. Open up a drawer tonight when you get home. Think of just all the cooking utensils. It's crazy.
All right. Our number is 303-713-TALK, and we have Filiberto. What's going on with you?
Yes. I am going to be 80 years old here in 4 months.
Congratulations for living a life of, I imagine you're healthy if you made it to 80.
I just went through open heart surgery.
Oh, wow. So
but I'm doing okay.
What can we do for you?
My problem is I have a Mazda 2001 pickup.
Okay, 2001 Mazda, huh? And what do you need?
I took it to McDonald's Automotive on West Colfax.
McDonald's,
They charged me the engine light came on the dashboard.
And you took it to McDonald's?
And I took it to McDonald's, and it had a whining noise in it. So they loaned me this car, and this has been a year ago.
Wait a minute.
March.
Wait a minute. You've had a loaner. Hold on. Filiberto, you've had a loaner for 1 year?
Off and on.
What did they do did they charge you to fix it?
Yes.
How much?
$2,400.
$2,400?
Yes.
And you said both times?
No, both times that I took it.
Wait.
The first time
wait. I got to get this straight, Filiberto. You paid $2,400 twice for a total of
once.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Once. The first time that they called me and told me that it was fixed.
What did they say they were doing for that?
And the engine light came on in 3 days after.
What did they say they were doing for that $2,400?
They were supposed to fix the engine light coming on and the whining.
Okay, all right. But they didn't say what they were doing, did they?
They gave me. I've got invoices. And
okay. How many miles were on that car when you took it in?
100. What is it? 149,000.
Okay, so I want to ask you something, Phil. On that repair, are you saying that it's never been repaired for a year now? It's been on and off?
Right.
The light keeps coming on and off for a year now?
Yes.
So what's wrong? Why wouldn't you take it somewhere else to find out what's wrong with it?
Like I say, they've taken it in twice already. And they've said they replaced the whining of and they ordered a part, and it hasn't come in. But I've been dealing with this for a year now, and now it's too the cold. I can't even drive the truck, and I got to have the truck in order to be going to the.
All right, Filiberto. But we don't know what McDonald Automotive did, if they did anything wrong, or if there's multiple problems. You got to get a second opinion. Where is your truck right now?
In my garage.
And is it?
I've lived here for 50 years.
Okay, bro. Right now, does the light come on?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's only lasted after they've tried to fix it. And they've told me that if the light kept coming on, they would fix it. Well, now they won't even call me back.
Okay. I'm going to have Deputy Doc call over to McDonald's and find out what was wrong with your truck and what's still wrong with it, and find out where the disconnect is. Let's just figure it out. Hold on, all right? Just hold on. Filiberto will give to Deputy Doc. McDonald's Automotive Group, they're pretty good people. I mean, we'll have to figure out what's going on. Yeah, they talk to us, so we'll find out. Eric, welcome to the show. What's going on, man? Eric?
Yes.
What's happening?
Well, I'm up at the Marshall fire burn area. All the homes to the west of me are leveled. That's how close it came.
Wow.
And the insurance company is sending me some checks, and it's what I call a restrictive endorsement that's stamped on the back where you sign the check.
Now, why did they send you? Did they come out and look at your house?
They sent a independent adjuster out.
Yeah, and by the way, an independent adjuster means an insurance adjuster. They don't work for you. They work for the insurance company. Okay, so what did they send them out for? Do you have fringe damage?
Yes. They said that my roof is damaged, so I'm getting a new roof.
Okay.
They also said I have smoke, soot, damage, and some heat damage.
You should never deal with them alone, ever.
Yeah.
Because if they say you have that damage, you probably have 50% more.
Well, I do, because they only said half the house.
Well, here's what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to call one of our public adjusters. In fact, I have a commercial coming up for one of them. I want you to call, like, Public Insurance Adjusters of Colorado. Now, we have others on the referral list, but right now, since his commercial's coming up, I'll tell you about them. They're good people. And if you've already gotten an offer, they're not going to charge you on what you've already been offered. They will only take a contingency, a small percent of what extra money they get you. But I urge you to have them look at that free of charge. They're going to look at your claim to see if they can help you. Don't ever trust your insurance company. I'm telling you, I know this is hard to believe, and we all want to believe that's not true. And I know that they're going to say, well, sir, we represent you, blah, blah, blah. That's a lot of BS.
And do not use the wrong company to come in and mitigate the damages. We got a guy named Rock on referrallist.com. He knows how to do it right. He's going to test before and after and just make it perfect, man. A lot of people are getting ripped off.
So, Eric, you're really lucky you called here. I swear to you. These people, I put my name behind because I trust them. Public Insurance Adjusters of Colorado, I'm going to give you the number. And their
Okay, go ahead.
website is called coclaims.com, coclaims.com. They will evaluate the claims free of charge and let you know if they can help you. They're not going to lie to you. But your insurance company and their adjusters will lie to you. And sometimes it's a lie of omission, meaning they just won't mention it. They'll say, okay, here's your check. And you're wise not to sign that check. You're wise not to take the settlement. Thank you.
Well, can I ask you about the endorsement?
Yes, go ahead.
Back?
Go ahead.
It says, verbatim here, endorsement constitutes acceptance of the offer of payment. And when I asked them what it means, they said it just means we're paying you that check amount at this time. Doesn't constitute a full or final settlement. That's what they're telling me. So I asked them, well,
Then why have it on there?
Me on the front. Then why is it there?
Right, right.
And I asked them to remove it, and I don't hear anything from them.
Listen. Please call this number. Here's Public Insurance Adjusters of Colorado. Talk to Joel. Tell him I told you to call. Here's what it is: 720-715-0000.
Okay.
That's Public Insurance Adjusters of Colorado, and the website, coclaims.com. Let me know what they tell you, but do not sign a restrictive endorsement. Don't trust your insurance company, and I think that's rock-solid information.
How long will this bull market last? What will
I got to ask Brian. Over at Compass, now that came up, my insurance company, my homeowners, just send me something, and I have to opt out or accept it. And it's fire mitigation.
Hold on one second. Let us know what that is, Mark.
Hey, Brian, I just received.
Okay, there is a website I want you to go to and look at this app. You download the app, and it'll save your ass. It could have saved the United States and oil companies $11 million. I'm not kidding you. SaferNet.com. Go to the website, download the app. The app runs in the background. For a few bucks a month for each device, you can protect your laptop, your tablet, your desktop, anything that goes on the net. It'll protect against spyware, malware, ransomware, viruses, total protection. You just leave it running and they can do you no harm. SaferNet.com. Hey, Genesis, you hear me talk about. That means the beginning. Genesis Total Exteriors, well, that means they do exteriors, but really it should be called Genesis Home Improvements. They do all home improvements, outside and inside, from the roof to the siding, deck, painting, outbuildings, or the basements, kitchens, baths. Genesis. Now, GenesisTotalExteriors.com can also do your insurance claims, any insurance damage you have, and you're dealing with one company for all of it, so they'll work with your public adjuster or with your insurance company. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509, 679-8509. I love Blake Harris Law because he comes on the air, Blake Harris, and answers all our estate questions about wills and trusts and probate, avoiding probate, about protecting yourself from lawsuits and creditors and protecting your heirs through their whole life. Get an estate plan with BlakeHarrisLaw.com, and you can ask all of your questions first free of charge. Get free legal advice, and then he only charges flat rates for what he does. 833-ASK-BLAKE. 833-ASK-BLAKE. Hey, you know we have Ideal here today. Well, one of the people you need to talk to if you're looking to buy a home is Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. And I know Frank refers plenty of people to Ideal. Frank Duran will help you list and sell your home and sell it faster and for more money, and he has stats to prove it. Or, of course, he can help you buy. He also does free market valuations of your home to let you know what it will sell for. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Did you know nearly 1 million knee replacements?
You stopped your place over in Cherry Creek?
Yep. Going up. Now it's 2.3 according to the conventional wisdom.
Yeah. My house in backcountry is going, which is just stupid.
I only paid one.
I know. I paid $1.05 million. It's worth like 2.1.
So we're in the same exact boat.
Yeah, same boat.
Are you in that home or are you somewhere else?
No, I'm in. So my ex has the house over in Highlands Ranch Golf Club. and then I bought the new house over in backcountry. So,
and you just share the girls.
Yep, 50-50. So, and Brady, my son.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I wanted to be close because running around, it's so busy.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just look at it like I cannot believe how nuts it is. Like I need to sell this thing. It's like, well,
What's done more to improve overall health and wellness? Modern medicine or personal hygiene? Actually, it's both. But considering that bathing went mainstream
Mark,
in the 1800s,
I have an attorney that can help out Tony,
in the 1900s, isn't it time
who
for
knows
someone
really
new
how to
like
do it, a media attorney. He needs a media
After all, your nose is
even
the body's air filter for trapping dirt and germs.
Anyway,
The first
so,
line of defense against allergens, bacteria, and viruses from getting into your lungs. But how do you clean your nose? With Navage. Navage isn't medicine, it's more like plumbing. Navage uses powered suction to pull saline in one nostril to the very back of the nose where germs can get trapped and multiply, and then out the other nostril, flushing out mucus and microbes so you can breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier. Join over 2 million others and find out for yourself how refreshing and easy to use Navage is. At Navage.com, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, and Target. Navage. Clean nose, healthy life. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to find a job. So while other companies might be looking for pay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trial. This report is sponsored by Discover.
I'm Pinpoint Weather Meteorologist Carly Castley to forecast. It's a cold Monday up ahead, mix of sun and clouds, and as the system exits, may get clipped by a little snow shower just down to the south, but not amounting to much of anything.
Real credit card questions require real people. Someone who understands your issues and works to resolve them with you. That's why Discover offers helpful, U.S.-based representatives. Available 24/7. Discover. Exceptionally common sense.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, let's talk to Andrew. And I want to tell people we have plenty of lines open at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Andrew, what's going on?
Yes, thanks for taking my call. My wife's mother died in October of last year, and we got a check, or she got a check from Denver Health Medical for like $680, and she was wondering if they could deposit it in her bank. And I said, well, I don't know if that's...
When was the check issued, Andrew? Andrew, when was the check issued?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have it with me.
Well, what I mean is, was it issued after she died?
That I don't know. We just got it yesterday, and it's been since October, so I'm not sure.
Okay, well, if you just got it yesterday, there must be a reason. You got to find out. If it was issued for something that happened while she was alive, and there's two things now. If it was issued before she died, and she did not get it, then it can be put right into her estate. If it was issued after she died, it still goes into her estate. It's just a little different. But no matter what, it goes to her estate because it's received after her death. Did you open up an estate?
Well, I'm not sure if they opened up an estate, but her brother was granted power of attorney, if that's anything close to that.
Well,
we didn't actually have an estate.
Did the mom own anything that was given to the kids?
Well, yeah, we have our house that her and my wife purchased together back in 1998.
Was it deeded to your wife, or was it on a beneficiary's deed, or how did your wife get it?
It was both. They were both on the title at the time of
So
purchase.
it's right of receivership?
Yeah.
I mean, excuse me, right of survivor, okay. So
yeah,
your wife got the house. What else did your mom own, or her mom?
Not much yet. Savings accounts.
Who took those accounts? Who took those accounts?
The power of attorney, her brother.
And how did it decide that he got them? Did she have a will?
Yeah, and she made that clear when at the time she was
She made what clear?
That made it clear that her son was going to be the power of attorney.
That doesn't mean that he gets it. I mean, you're confusing things, Andrew. Being the power of attorney does not mean he gets the stuff. It means that he has the right to execute what needs to be done to leave it to people. Who said he gets the money?
Well, we just assumed he did.
Okay, well, he doesn't. Okay? If there's no will, then it's going to be split with siblings. How many siblings are there?
There are just 3.
Okay, the money should have been split 3 ways. Making him power of attorney does not automatically make him the sole heir.
Well, what the question was, would she be able to, my wife, be able to just take her check and endorse it into her own account?
No, because she's not power of attorney. No, she's not. It's not her check. It's her mom's check. It's made out to the mom. The power of attorney can. If he still has a power of attorney, he can sign that check. He has to put it into the estate, and then he has to distribute it properly, just like he should have the cash. Now, you guys probably don't care about the cash. How much did he keep altogether in cash, do you think?
There were like $20,000, but she had quite a few bills outstanding.
Did he pay the bills?
Yes, he paid all of them.
Okay.
I think he was down to like $10,000.
Okay, well, that $10,000 should have been split among 3 siblings, unless there was a will saying he gets to keep it all.
Gotcha.
I mean, but that's here nor there. That's up to you guys. But if you're asking what to do with that money, it's property of the estate. That's the answer. It's not property of your wife's. It's not property of that guy. It's for him to deposit it in the estate and then to distribute it accordingly.
Okay, that's what I thought you were going to say, and I'm glad I called. So
yeah. And listen, this is not legal advice. It's just practical advice. It was issued to her. It's part of her estate. But the worst thing she can do is endorse that, because that could be considered fraud.
Exactly. Okay, I'm glad I called you to let you.
But what do you think the brother would say if you guys said, hey, technically, by the laws of inheritance, this money should have been doled to us, unless you have a will saying otherwise? What would he say?
Well, no, he's totally in agreement with that. He's been very good with everything.
So he's not a greedy guy. He's not a greedy guy.
No,
now I was thinking he might say, "Wait a minute, you got the house," but the house was purchased by them together, right?
Yeah, back in 1998. So my wife has basically paid the whole mortgage.
And when you say power of attorney, do you mean personal representative?
Well, he was given power of attorney. We just assumed that.
When was he given power of attorney? When was he given power of attorney?
Like a month before she passed away.
And was it to be, okay. Some powers of attorney expire at death. Others turn into a personal representative. So I don't even know if he's still a power of attorney.
Gotcha.
He might be a personal representative, which is just as good. But you have to find out, man. You have to find out. How did she give it? What does the power of attorney say?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
All I know is that he doesn't have the power of taking the rest of her cash out of the bank.
He what?
They say he tried to take the rest of the cash out of her bank and close her accounts, and the bank won't allow that.
Okay, that's why he doesn't have. He's not. Okay. Guess what? You guys did this estate all wrong. You should have opened up a probate, and it could be as little as a minor estate. But really, this thing should have been. This is a wide open estate, and I don't know what you guys are doing. How long so does he expect to keep that money there forever?
I'm not sure how he's going to do it. He said he has to go through lawyers.
Yeah, and all he has to do is probably a small estate affidavit, and he's going to declare himself the personal representative. And if the other 2 sisters don't object, he's going to take that probate down there, and he's going to close the account and distribute the money along with this check. But please do it the proper way. And if you want, he can call us back, and we'll put him on the line with BlakeHarrisLaw.com. He's our estate planning attorney. God, it's fucking amazing.
Just think this 630
Did you read that review, though? I mean, do you find that to be any problem?
No, but I'm telling you that. But he still has to defend himself.
No. But all they did was hire an attorney to write a letter. There's no lawsuit. It's just a letter from an attorney. I mean, what could they... I mean, you really think he needs to hire an attorney for that?
No, into a lawsuit.
If it was a lawsuit, yeah.
If it turns into one. What was the reason for the letter? If they're not going to sue him, what's the reason for it? What are they asking?
For him to take down the review. And these guys, this guy fucked him over. He doesn't want to take it down.
Okay.
And if you read the review, I mean, basically, he goes, I would not hire these people again. I mean, that's what he's saying. It's not like he's going, hey, this guy's a child molester or some shit.
Tony is a solid
Someone who
person.
understands your issues and works to resolve them with you. That's why Discover offers helpful, U.S.-based representatives. Available 24/7. Discover. Exceptionally common sense.
The Art of Granite is a place to go for countertops in Golden, Colorado. They have a beautiful showroom, and they do more than granite. They do quartz, and they do marble, and they do any natural stone. They also do man-made countertops, and all the materials are sold to you at wholesale. And then what you do is you pay for fabrication and installation. Tear out and haul away's free. And the bathroom's free when you do the kitchen. TheArtOfGranite.com. They will give you a price on the phone, 303-386-5919. Right now, for an extraordinary price of $24, you can have your furnace completely gone through and checked and cleaned. And here's the deal. $24? Are you kidding me? It would be hundreds of dollars anywhere else. FixMyHome.com. Why? Because Fix It 24/7 does a thorough job. They take hours to do it. They take it apart to the extent they can and make sure it will not break down and give you a no breakdown guarantee. Now more than ever, you need this. Why? Because new ones are so expensive and parts are hard to get. Get it done now, and especially get it ready for the air conditioning season coming up, okay? Because you need your furnace to be fully functional. So whether it's the rest of the long winter or the coming hot weather, get it done. FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939, just $24. You'll never find a better value. 720-526-3939.
Don't miss the Trading Group Show, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on
93.7. Learn how you can earn a full-time income as a short-term trader.
That's not nice, Hellcat.
Saturdays at 7 a.m. The question line is 888-646-8786.
What do you say?
Hello, NASA. Did you find the dirty bomb at Talib's house?
You want Chad Mountain. Chad Mountain was a Colorado
That's
native
not
who
nice.
consistently sell homes for 4% more and 3 times faster for nearly 20 years.
Have you guys watched this one about the woman CEO on Netflix?
I'll tell you what is it called?
Fuck, is it good, man. It's a true story about this woman that she becomes a CEO. She drops out of Stanford. I can't think of the name of the show. It is really good, though, man. She was the first woman billionaire, but I think she's in the federal pen right now.
Oh, yeah,
You know about the Theranos?
Yeah. Yeah, it's about the scam.
About the Theranos?
What's Theranos?
It was the blood thing.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Have you watched it?
Yeah.
It's fucking great, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
She's a smart kid, man. But boy, did she fuck people over on that investment side.
Did she totally lie to him? She claims to this
Fuck.
day she hasn't.
No, so what she, according to this movie at least, when she first is going out there to hit the venture capitalist, she plugs the card in with the blood and it's supposed to come back and tell you everything going on. There's someone on the other side on a laptop actually filling out the information. So the machine's not doing it, it's somebody else.
It was totally a rip.
Totally false. No, apparently, once again, according to this, it worked kind of, but it didn't work all the time.
Questions?
So she falsified it. She had to, according to her.
And made $1 billion.
And she got left holding the bag. There's only 3 episodes out, man. So where they left it off is
I found a dark series. Holy shit.
What is it?
10 star.
What's that about?
Some English undercover cop that goes to a little town in Canada to escape the light and become a chief of police. Holy shit, is it dark, and these guys follow him there, and they kill his fucking 5-year-old son, and they're going to kill the daughter, and they're going to kill the wife, and they're going to kill...
What did he do to get
They
these
don't
guys
say,
all riled up?
they just keep alluding to it, but they don't actually say.
What's it called? Tin Cup?
10 star.
I'll actually send that one to myself. I like disturbing shit.
That is disturbing as all shit.
The other, did you guys watch, I forget if it's called Fresh or Flesh. I think it's Fresh. Fuck, is it good.
What is
it
about?
Is so good. It's a Disney movie, but ironically, it's about cannibalism. And it is the real deal, man. This guy takes women, keeps them somewhat alive, and harvests their parts, packs it up, freezes it, and sells it for like $30,000 a meal to all these rich people across the fucking world. And this one gal that he kidnapped is kind of playing him, and I'll just leave it at that. But it's very disturbing. It's very disturbing to watch him harvest a woman's leg, make some hamburger. There's breast meat.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let's talk to Steve. Steve, what's going on with you, Steve?
Hi, so I bought 4 tickets to Dancing with the Stars March 10th.
Where is it going to be?
Pardon me?
Where is it going to be?
Paramount.
Okay, cool. I didn't realize they do regional. It's like they do it like American Idol. They go around to different cities.
I didn't know, but yeah, I guess so.
Or is it the main deal? Whatever it is, you bought tickets, and what's going on with it?
Hey, is this my buddy Steve?
What does that mean?
It is.
Okay.
What does that mean, your buddy Steve?
He's one of my poker buddies that I play poker with.
How the hell would you know that?
I know his voice.
Okay. So, is he bluffing right now? All right, go ahead, Steve. Sorry.
So anyway, my wife decided she doesn't want to go. A couple of our friends got COVID, and so she doesn't want to go. So I went on their website, and it says transfer or sell. So I tried to do that, but I found out that my ID number is invalid.
Why?
And
Why?
There's no way of finding out because you can't do a live chat on Ticketmaster unless you have a valid ID. So I called Ticketmaster 14 different times, and it said they don't take phone calls. I finally got through to somebody this morning, and he started looking it up, said this is really weird. Next thing I know, I was disconnected. So I called back, and it said Ticketmaster is overwhelmed with phone calls. You've got to go through their website.
But you can't because you have an invalid ID.
Correct.
God, that's frustrating. Where did you originally buy the tickets? Online?
Yeah, through Ticketmaster.
4 of them?
Yeah.
How much were the tickets?
A little over $1,200.
$1,200 for all, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't want to go. That's the bottom line.
And I give them to friends or sell them for half price, but I can't do either one.
Why?
Well, in order to transfer or sell...
Why? Are names on them? Are there names on them?
It's in my wallet on my phone, and the only one who can use it is me. So I can transfer it if they'd let me transfer. But in their little readout, it says, tickets must be transferred. There's no...
But in your wallet, isn't it just a QR code?
Probably.
If you took a screenshot and cropped out the mess and just had the ticket, wouldn't it read exactly the same? That's the one fault of QR codes. Suze?
Also, if I just log into my Ticketmaster on a PC, I can print tickets, just print them and give them to whoever.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Why are you making a big deal about it if you just want to sell them sell them or give them away, but you can print them out, or you can take a screenshot, edit it, you crop it, and then just send that as an image to whoever phone it is, and then they can just show it. And all they care about is that the QR code's not used more than once. They don't care about it being duplicated. Being in your wallet, I know I've had tickets in my wallet, and I've done exactly that. So
But if he is trying to sell them, if I were spending that much money, Tom, on tickets, I would not want cropped QR codes. I would want the tickets transferred to my account. So I guess I can kind of see his side, too, on that.
What if it was printed? You wouldn't accept it?
I don't know if I would. I'd want them transferred to my account. I thought he was giving them to friends, and that's why I suggested printing them. But if he's selling them...
Are you selling them to strangers or friends, Steve?
You know what? I'll donate them to you guys, and you could do an auction. If you could get through, it says that I'm not there. You gotta. There's no printed tickets on this. It says so. It's got to be through your phone, but you have to have a valid ID. So when I go there,
what does it mean, a valid ID? When you bring up your wallet, does it say they're issued to Steve so and so?
Well, shoot, hold on.
Well, I don't think...
That part doesn't make sense. If they're in his Ticketmaster app, they're under his ID. So that's just
hold
odd.
on. I think he's talking... You can put them into your wallet. I think he's talking literally his digital wallet, not his Ticketmaster wallet. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's in my phone wallet, but that won't open if I'm talking to you. Maybe it does, but it doesn't work.
Okay.
I'm talking to somebody
do me a
who
favor.
Really doesn't understand a lot of this.
Yeah, do me a favor. Just when you get off the phone, and you know, we can probably get through to Ticketmaster, but when you get off the phone, hit the app, do a screenshot, and send it to us of if it's one ticket at a time.
Okay, can I send it to Ken? I got his phone number.
Yeah. Yeah, hold on. Just send it to him. Send it to Deputy Doc, 303-713-8255. Now, Jimmy, did I leave off? Jimmy was his 2006 Yukon, 195,000 miles.
I emailed you his paperwork, Tom.
Oh, we wanted to see the deal, so let's look at that deal before we go back to him. Did you email it so we could both take a look at it? I'm trying to find out where it is. When did you email it, Suze?
About 15 seconds ago.
Okay, good.
So it should be there in your and Mark's email.
So, Jimmy, we're going to take a look at this to see what you got yourself into and what was promised or what wasn't. I see the paperwork right here, and we have to just take some time to look at this, okay?
Okay, sounds good, Tom.
And thank you for getting that to us. 303-713-8255. Brent Ivinson, when someone does a refi, how long does it take for an appraisal, they want to know?
You know, we're seeing those typically right now about 7 days.
Oh, so it's not bad.
No, it's not bad. It was, during the pandemic, it was very, very lengthy, but that has now kind of stabilized itself. So we typically get one back in a week.
And then how long does it take to complete a refi?
About 2 weeks.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty damn good. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Wow.
From start to finish.
Okay. So. And that's whether or not they want to just lower their payment or shorten term or lengthen term or get money out?
Yep. Yeah, regardless.
Okay, and then we have a question coming up on the pre-approval process. We'll talk about that coming up.
How do I rotate this?
I don't know what to do with this.
Let me look at it. Yeah, he didn't send it to us. God almighty. He didn't send me the QR code. He doesn't even know how the fuck to do it. I mean, he's got to get to the QR. I don't even know how to explain. How do you explain to somebody?
The problem is, like, it never seems to work the right way. Like, you always have to have someone resend them to you, because when you download them the first time, they don't seem to download.
They work. This guy just doesn't have a clue. That's the problem.
I miss the old days when they handed you tickets.
Nowadays, they'd be all fake, though.
Yeah, right. For sure.
You know, one of the most confusing times for people is when they get injured in a car accident and they don't know what to do or who to turn to.
They see all these commercials with these big law firms. Usually you sign up there, and they're just they're a mill. They basically take names and numbers, and they assign you to somebody. You never get to see one of the attorneys, really and truly. If you want to see an attorney, a real personal injury attorney, in fact, talk to one immediately, call John Fuller, personalinjuryco.com. I'll give you the number in a minute here. Call John Fuller and ask anything you want and get free legal advice. And if he thinks he can help you, he'll let you know, or he'll tell you what you can do on your own. And he has a small firm on purpose to serve you. In fact, you get a cell phone number, and he communicates with you often. John Fuller, Fuller Law, 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. Free legal advice on personal injury. And if you want free legal advice on estate planning, BlakeHarrisLaw.com. You see, our attorneys love giving out information. Blake Harris Law has a phone number I'll give you where you can call and ask any questions about what you need for your estate. Do you need a will, a trust, a combination? And maybe just a payable on death certificate or a beneficiary's deed, whatever it is, BlakeHarrisLaw.com, 833-ASK-BLAKE. That's 833-ASK-BLAKE.
There are lots of places to get national news.
I mean, I don't know what to do.
To get to the actual ticket and do a screenshot of the actual ticket.
This is the actual ticket.
No, it isn't the actual ticket. It isn't. You hold that up to a reader and it will show bupkis. You have to have the fucking QR code or the barcode. Those are not tickets. It's just a number and there's no nothing.
Original email and see if you can re-download them. Try that.
I'll say we need something.
He can click on this link and give me access to his computer.
You would do it.
I was going to say, my IT guy would happily do that too.
Yeah. Give me access to your computer. I'll guide you straight through.
Take care.
Sometimes we need something with a QR or a barcode. Is that correct?
But what he's saying is he can't get to that because he's getting the error.
He's getting an error?
That's what I thought he said.
No, the
Some
error
of that
is he doesn't have an ID. He says he can get to him on his phone.
So should I tell him that we need something with a QR or a barcode?
Yeah, the actual ticket.
Almost like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with
I'm such a dinosaur, Brett. The only thing I've ever ordered online are theater tickets to DCPA or airline tickets from Southwest. I've never ordered a product online.
So I have problems with my mailbox filling up, and they take the mail to the post office because I don't do everything I do is online. And the people that own the house before me get every catalog under the sun, so the thing fills up. I just get so pissed every time I have to go. I'm like, are you serious? I gotta go to the damn post office again. It's so annoying.
So can you just unsubscribe one by one when they come in?
That's what they told me. Like, you need to call them all and unsubscribe.
Right. So it says my ID number is the only thing I've got.
No papers, huh? Papers, please.
So I don't know what to do. I'm totally clueless on this.
What's it under? Is it Ticketmaster?
Yeah.
Tell him to send me his username and password to Ticketmaster.
Okay. At Troubleshooter.com?
Yeah. Tell him to send it right now. I'll try to log in there. I know that website very well. Or that app, at least.
Send your Ticketmaster
email and password, whatever he uses.
And Harry's our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in
God, this Ukraine shit is wacko, man.
It is. It's crazy. But I don't know what's going to... I mean, I don't see the end game.
I think he's going to get meaner.
Yeah?
Well, he has to.
in order to take it over.
You gotta double down.
And to get rid of all the child molesters and stuff.
He might be getting into the next,
You didn't hear what I said.
yeah, I heard
You
you.
know what that means? You know why I'm saying that?
Yeah, because you said there's a bunch of wackos that,
I know it.
I wonder what his next country's gonna be. I think he wants, before he dies, he wants to put the Soviet Union back, man.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Mark, did you look at that car deal yet? We're still looking at it. Mark, what's going on with you?
Say, Mark?
Yes, sir. What's happening, Mark?
Oh, again, Tom. Hey, I called you a couple of weeks ago, but I dropped my phone the next day. You guys were supposed to call me back on Monday. It was about that mechanics lien I had on my mother's house. That they sold the property twice and didn't pay me off. Didn't pay the mechanics lien off.
Now, how did you have a lien on your mom's house?
I did work on it. After my mother died, my stepfather was the co-signer for the note, and he was joint tenancy. So he was actually right of survivorship. He got the property. You know, I thought I may have a shot at being an heir of it, but my mom didn't have a will, or she didn't go to probate court in Colorado. I thought you had to do that too.
Well, it depends on how they held title. Did it automatically go to him on death?
I suppose in joint tenancy it does, right?
He had to make something like an arrangement with the mortgage company.
Yeah, as far as I know, yeah, my mom quick claimed him to the deed, supposedly for $1. She needed him for a co-signer on the notes. He wasn't on the title; he was only on the note.
Well, then he doesn't get the house, but I can't get into that because you're talking nonsense. You're saying he wasn't on the title. If she quit claimed him, he was.
Okay. Is that what that means? Okay.
Well, yeah. You ought to investigate the title and see how it was held. And you know, I don't even want to get into that because that was all mismanaged. Who knows what happened there? But as far as your lien, what it sounds like is you manufactured it in order to have some money from your mom's house. That's what it sounds like to the person looking in on this. I'm not saying you did that. How much was the lien for?
$14,000. No, I actually did remodel my mother's home.
Okay, but so what? I mean, if you remodeled it, did she agree to pay you, or did you just do it as a gift?
No, my mother already died. My stepfather was he rented it out to one of my little sisters.
Here's what I'm asking, Mark. When did you do the remodeling?
Late.
It was 2017.
2017.
Okay. Now, did you have an agreement with your mother?
No.
No, my mom was already passed. She passed in 2011.
So you actually remodeled it. Hold on. You remodeled it after this guy owned it.
I did it for my stepfather, yeah.
Did he tell you to do it?
Yeah, we had a contract.
Okay, so do you have a contract with him?
Yeah.
Oh, that's different. Okay, he actually hired you to remodel this house.
Yes.
And then did not pay you.
Yes.
That's a totally different ballgame. So it was his house. He hired you to remodel it. And why didn't he pay you?
He sold the property.
Why didn't he pay you?
He paid me $5,000 out of the $19,000 total of the
agreement.
Oh, okay.
Agreement.
All right. Now, did the agreement say $19,000?
No, one agreement was $5,000, and there was $14,000 in extras.
Do you have those extras documented? See, if the contract was for $5,000 and he paid you $5,000, you're done. If you have those $14,000 signed by him, you said extras. I mean, what if he says there were no extras?
Oh, I'm sure he wouldn't, but he knows there was. I I recorded it. I filed the intent to lien, and then I filed the mechanics lien. 10 days later.
So that doesn't make it valid. You still have to foreclose. When did you file the lien?
August 28th of what was it? 2019.
Yeah, you lost your right. That's old. If you didn't foreclose on that within a certain number of months, you can't foreclose on it.
But shouldn't he have been paid on that when the house sold?
I
Okay.
didn't get paid on, nor they sold the house before I could have intended to foreclose. They sold it within 6 months. They sold it in between, before the 6 months was up.
I don't know how they sold it without satisfying a lien or at least bonding around it. I don't know how they did it. Who did they sell it to?
The title company I talked to said that that their underwriter missed it.
Then it's still on there?
Yeah, it's still on there.
Wouldn't that be a title insurance issue, Tom? You know how there's insurance on the
If
sale?
they missed it, they have to pay for it.
That's interesting.
He would put a claim into the title insurance company. If he had a valid lien on that house and they closed it because they missed it, in fact, that's exactly what they insure against, missing liens. That's exactly what they... So that title company, you would go after for that money. You'd have to prove you had a lien, and they closed it, they missed it, then they have to pay you.
Yeah. I actually have a recording of walking into the title company myself with the lien and telling them and showing them the lien. I recorded it, my wife recorded it, and she goes, "Oh yeah, you'll get paid." And they told me, "Well, we'll have a check for you next Wednesday." And they just kept blowing me off.
What's the name of the title company?
Tioga Title.
Listen, you have proof of filing, right?
Yeah, it's all recorded, documented.
Got it. And then you have, hold on. The only problem you're going to have, but I think they're going to have a problem now that they didn't even consider your lien. You know, they may challenge the whole, you know, they gave you $5,000. They're going to challenge, and that's what the contract said. So this extra $14,000 you say you're owed, you're going to have to you're going to have to prove that eventually, okay? And if he denies it, you're probably going to lose anyway, but at least you can, you know, try to get some money. Hold on.
What's up, Nuggets fans?
This guy, it's almost better to close because now he can just say you shouldn't have closed.
Yeah.
But he arbitrarily filed. I know he was just pissed that he didn't have part of the house. They paid him on the contract, 100%. They didn't pay him on so-called extras. Well,
I got that car deal too. Look, excuse me.
Yeah, I could read it without tilting my computer. It's pretty straightforward. I mean, so what did he
Was
pay
he going off the total of payments?
Did they put a lot of extra shit on it to get it up or not?
No, he only financed $8,000.
So how does he have a $17,000 loan?
He doesn't.
Does he have a $12,000 loan?
No, he's got an $8,000 loan.
Okay.
So is he confused? He's just confused?
I don't know. The total payments, maybe? Is that what he's looking at, Mark?
That's possible. Let me see if it even shows that on here. Usually it does. Doesn't it have to?
I think so.
I don't see total. I don't see that anywhere though.
My boys think you're having a stroke of mine for eating over.
That's the only way I can read this fucking thing. And it ain't easy. No, it's just, no, there is no total of payment, so I don't know what he's looking at. That's kind of funny. I thought they had to put that, but maybe not. It's 12%. So they didn't fuck them as much as they could have.
For ending the war, and they are unchanged. Ukraine
As hard as they might have.
Gentle with others thing.
They lubed them up.
I don't know if I'd call 12% gentle.
Shit, we've seen car deals come in at 20 plus.
Oh, for sure. No, I know.
The war could stop in a moment.
With everything and anything under the sun wrapped into it.
Yeah, they didn't send them or sell them any of the mop and glow or anything.
Yeah.
They didn't, nothing. I don't even think they sold them fucking
Yeah, I
gas.
learned that term up in here.
They sold them nothing.
It's been a while.
We had a
Forget
Harley.
the creativity and all their shit.
We had a fucking Harley dealer.
I don't think they missed the lien. I think they found the contract and paid for it. I don't think he says he had a lien for $14K.
But then you said incidentals or extras. It's like, well,
But
did
no
you file that or did you adjust the lien? Did you adjust the contract?
You should just call the title company.
That's the best luck. But they're going to probably come down saying, because they're going to say, hey, we
They're
see
gonna
here you were at $5,000, you got $5,000.
They never did. This Harley dealer sold this guy a brand new Harley, $12,000 little Sportster. wrapped him up in every fucking thing you could imagine. Shit I've never heard of.
This is a vet, right?
It was over $24,000. What? They fucking doubled on him. They doubled. They sold him as much bullshit as a bike.
See, I'm surprised. I'm surprised the bank that financed it allowed it, because normally they'll push that stuff back and go, "Listen, we'll take some, but we're not taking it."
What you asked, Doc?
Wasn't he a vet who's home on leave or something?
Yep, that's exactly what he was. So I called over to those guys. We lit them up like you couldn't believe, and they let him get out of all the fucking mop and grill. They were a big, I won't say which one, but they were a huge. That shook people up in iHeart. I was getting calls left and right. He was out of town. I was getting fucking calls from people I didn't know who the fuck they were.
Oh, really?
Yes, they were national, big national.
Well, Harley was a big national advertiser.
And I'm like, well, okay. And? Yeah. I mean, like, really, and?
So then we just get to rip everybody off because we sponsor you.
I said, so let's, what are they going to do? And then they said, well, they're going to let him out of everything. I said, that's great. I'll make sure everybody knows that. That's all they had to do.
Yeah, right.
So it worked out, but man, I was like, that was the worst one I ever seen, man. They doubled on him. Fucking doubled on him. He had shit, something with the wheels, something with the tires, something with the paint, and then, of course, gap insurance, a maintenance plan, a service plan. I mean, I'm looking at this and going, holy shit.
How you taking anything that's $12,000 and finance $24,000 on it?
My point, I kept saying on the air, he could have bought two of them.
Yeah.
And then if one was fucked up, he had another brand new one.
Right, yeah. Right.
Every part. I mean, you couldn't. You
just
can't
swap parts out. You just trade stuff out. It'd be fine.
You can't argue.
No, that's crazy. Unbelievable.
Years ago, Tom had one. It was Don Massey Cadillac. So right in the fucking Denver Post and the Rocky Mountain News, they had this particular car advertised for like $8,000. Used car, used Cadillac, $8,000. Both newspapers.
I mean, the
Old lady goes in, buys it. They fucking knock her over the head over $30,000. Her son sees it in both papers after she signed the deal.
Okay. Especially
and
because of
he ripped into him and ultimately got it down to the $8,000. But talk about holy shit! Remember that Don Massey one? The fucking
$2,000 on a $16,000 car.
They fucking just raped her, man. And they had it advertised in both papers. So fucking assholes.
Oh, that she was the cutest little lady.
Oh my God. I went after Barbie's Freeway Ford one time. They had a big fucking sign up that said, buy 2 cars, get 1 free.
Whoa.
Buy 2 cars, get 1 free.
What?
So I had cash. I walked
with 3?
Yeah, I walked in there and I said, okay, I'm going to buy this one and this one. Which one do I get for free? And they're like, well, you know. And I'm like, your fucking sign says buy 2, get 1 free.
They wouldn't even give you a piece of shit.
No, they wouldn't give me shit, so.
Well,
so what happened, Mark?
Well, yeah.
I fucking walked out of there, and I don't want to recap shit, but I was doing the weekend edition, and I was told never to fucking talk about them again. So that's when I ended that shit. Yeah, they were another advertiser. You fucking buy 2, get 1 free.
Well, maybe you buy 2 and you get the 3rd one free.
What the small positive subductions in improving logistics of humanitarian corridors? What the fuck does that say? Does anyone even know what that means?
Word salad.
We helped a couple of people,
Yeah,
but the rest of them was just...
That is the most word salad I've ever seen.
We decided to shepherd 4 people through, and the other 40 got killed.
Well, no, the other 4,000
Yeah,
got
the other
killed.
4,000.
Come on now.
There's like 2 million people that have crossed over to other countries now, man. It's a humanitarian nightmare. How about all the people, how about just think of diabetics? Or think of anybody that has to have something, they can't get it.
You know, when Biden says, hey, lower your costs, not your wages, aren't wages a cost of doing business?
Of course.
Wasn't that amazing?
Well.
And then he said, we want insulin at $35. Why not just make it $10? I mean,
yeah, right. Where's 35 come from?
I said before,
Thin air, that's where
330
everything comes from.
million people That's who we get as president.
Yeah, I know.
330 million.
That's all they had that would run.
That's the problem. The whole thing.
The rest were going to be too honest about being.
I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. This hour brought to you by WaterPros.net. Why do I love WaterPros? Because they do the best water systems for the lowest price. If you're looking for drinking water, never buy bottled water. Superior to drinking water. Under $1,000 for that fountain, fully installed at your kitchen or wherever you want it. You want a whole house system for better plumbing, better laundry, better skin, better everything. Cleaning water. Get it fully installed, the whole house under $2,000. WaterPros.net. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Earlier, we took a call from a guy named Jimmy. He said he bought a 2022 GMC Yukon, a 2006. He bought it in 2022, but it's a 2006 GMC Yukon. Had 195,000 miles on it from Ethio Motors. And he said he took it back with problems, and they still haven't fixed it. The engine light's still coming on. But in any case, he bought it as is, so they don't really owe him anything. But he said something curious to us. He said the purchase price of the vehicle was $8,000, but he had a $17,000 loan. And then I said, it can't be 17. He said, oh, it's $12,000 loan. I don't think he really knows what he has, so we asked to look at the paperwork. Jimmy, I think you're a little confused on this whole deal. The purchase price of the car, let's just take this one step at a time. The 2006 Yukon, what did it cost him, Mark?
About $8,000. That's what he paid for the vehicle. $8,100.
Okay.
$190.
Okay. Then he put $2,000 down.
Yep, he sure did.
And then what did that turn out to be?
Well, that was a trade credit. It wasn't really $2,000.
Okay.
But he owed $1,800 on the trade, so basically he put down $200.
And then what did he put any cash down?
I don't see any cash.
Then how much is his loan?
It is $8,000.
Just exactly what it should be, basically.
Yeah, I mean it's very straightforward. He bought an $8,000 vehicle,
and he
got $2,000 for a trade, but he owed roughly $2,000.
Okay, so his net trade
bought it at 12% interest,
and so it's a little high in interest. So his total of payments will come to what? Do you know?
Doesn't say that on here.
Okay, Jimmy, you didn't get screwed on this deal.
No, they didn't even try to sell him the mop and glow or anything. I mean, it's a very clean deal.
Isn't that good news, Jimmy? You didn't get screwed.
Well, that's good news if that's all true.
Well, the only issue we have now is you say your engine light's on.
Right, and when I talked to them, I just actually got off the phone with them 5 minutes ago.
What did they say?
And they said that if I take the vehicle back to them, that they're going to try to work on it and do everything they can to get those things corrected.
You know what? They don't sound like bad people to us from what we see. I'm not telling you they're great people. I'm telling you we don't see anything that bad.
Okay.
So I would take it back and see what they can do and let us know.
Okay, I'll do that. I'm actually going to go over there here shortly.
And call us back and let us know. Thanks, Jimmy, for calling us. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, this thing with Mark and his mechanics lien. First of all, Brent Ivinson is with Ideal Home Loans. He's here talking mortgages today and loans and all kinds of issues we've been talking about and how important that interest rate guarantee is, because if rates go down, they refinance you free of charge, and a lot of people are waiting, and you don't have to wait. And let's talk about Mark, though. If Mark did work on a house, he can put a lien on a house. Now, whether it's valid or not, that can be fought at a different time. But let's take Mark at his word. He said he had a $5,000 contract, but he put a lien on the house for $14,000. He was paid $5,000, but he said there were $14,000 in extras. He has no documentation that the owner agreed to those extras, but he doesn't really need it to file a lien. When you file a lien, it's assumed to be valid until it's challenged. So that would stop them from selling the house. But he claims, even though he's had a valid lien on the house for $14,000, they went ahead and sold the house to someone else. And this guy's out of it now, right? So the stepdad is completely out of the house, right, Mark?
Yeah.
And even though he's completely out of the house, the new owners now have a home, and your lien is still on there technically, even though your lien doesn't have teeth because you didn't foreclose in time. and you say they sold it before you could. I would make the argument to the title company that if they missed it, they owe you the money. But, Brent, how does that work? If you close a home and a title company missed a lien, would they be responsible?
Yeah, typically if it is a valid lien, the title
of public record, they say.
Yes.
They're not, they say they're not responsible for any other claims. But if it's a public record, that's, in fact, one of the things they absolutely do.
Yeah, that's the whole premise of title insurance, is to ensure that you have free and clear title when you buy the property.
Yeah. Now, did they make an exception? Because they do make exceptions. And they could have said an exception was made for this lien. Were you named in the exceptions of the title policy?
No.
I don't see why you would be, and I don't see how they would accept it, but some of them, who knows, maybe if the guy made a convincing argument, here's the contract, I paid it in full. But in any case, all this legwork is going to be yours now, Mark. You're going to have to sue the title company for payment.
Okay. What does that mean when where I have the recorded instrument at the Arapahoe County Clerk and Recorder's Office? You know, where they have the line there, and it says grantee and grantor. Well, I'm the grantee of the mechanics lien, and I'm the grantee of a...
You're not the grantee. You're the... I think you made it.
No, I'm the grantee. I am the grantee, and my stepdad is the grantor.
Okay, okay. Now, the lien, okay, the lien was put on what date?
August 28th, 2019. Right.
And when was it sold?
It was sold on February 9th.
Wait. You had to foreclose. If you put it on in August, you had how many months to foreclose? I thought he had to foreclose within 4 months. Is it 6 months?
Yes, sir.
Okay. September, October, November, December, January. Okay, and you said they sold it out from under you before you could do that.
Yes, I was just getting ready to file the intent to enclose, but then they sold it before I even went my. I had like maybe 18 days left to do it.
Okay. Well, if all that time, listen, if you got the right time frame, then you need to make a claim. Now, I would go to the title company. If you know the title company, you need to make a claim on his title insurance. Now we can get I don't know if Brad O'Brien's still around, if we can get him on again to talk about this, but it might be worth doing, a real estate attorney, to see how he would do it, and it might be worth you hiring somebody to help you do it, because you do sound actually like you do know the process pretty well, but I wouldn't do this by myself.
Right.
So hold on, let's see if we can get our real estate attorney on this.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Yeah, hang on. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. How often do they miss liens? I mean, not very often, do they, Brent? Because they have to pay for them.
Yeah, pretty unusual. I mean, it goes through a title plant. You've got it gets reviewed by several people. It's very unusual that you would miss a lien.
What would happen if someone had the lien, but they didn't file it, like they filed it the day after closing? I mean, what would happen at that point?
They can still file it, but the title company is not responsible.
Yep.
Yeah, but with the new, I'm going more towards the owner. Would the new owner all of a sudden, would the property be encumbered even though
it would be
the owner anymore?
It would be, again, here's what would happen. The owner, the seller of the property, signed something saying he doesn't have any of those.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and then he guarantees, that's right, he guarantees that ain't, so here's what they say, if something is not of record, do you have anything else? And he'll say no, or that's what they usually say. So they'd go back after him personally saying, you said there was nothing out there.
But ultimately, if he went bankrupt or something, that the new buyer, the new owner could actually end up having a lien on their property that's not even theirs.
The new owner would go after the previous owner for the affidavit that they signed to close.
Right, but if but then Mark said, what if that previous owner declared bankruptcy?
Yeah, if he went bankrupt.
I don't think it could be discharged because it's
on the property. It's not on the individual.
I think that you're saying if the guy goes bankrupt, it would be on the new owner.
Or if he simply didn't have the money, regardless of whatever.
Well, Mark, he couldn't go bankrupt on fraud, okay?
Okay.
So that would be accepted. So he'd have to pay somehow. He'd have to pay it. It'd be on him. It'd be on him to pay it back. And I don't know what you do when you don't have money and you're convicted of fraud. The DA takes over and makes you do it. I mean, there's just any number of things that could happen, but the new homeowner is not going to be stuck with it. And they're just not going to be stuck with it if that other guy, if they did all the paperwork properly and the seller signed a declaration saying, I don't have any unrecorded liens or lawsuits or claims. There have been people who have come and knocked on the door that the seller did not know about, and the buyer finds out about. They knock on the door saying, I did work on this 15 years. I mean, there are people, all kinds of people come out of the woodwork sometimes, but that doesn't mean they're going to get any payment either. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. If you have any questions also on loans, mortgages, what's going on in the market, give us a call. We have more coming up with Ideal Home Loans and others.
That title missed an easement on a property that we built a house on.
Yeah.
And it cost them $40,000 to reroute the cables around the perimeter.
Oh, yeah.
I was surprised that they missed it.
Oh, it happens. I mean, not very often, though. They're pretty, I mean, the other thing, too, is to think about is that properties change hands so many times. You've got several title agencies looking at the same chain of title, so eventually it's...
Conditions and restrictions apply.
Okay.
Everyone.
You know, a lot of people are fortunate enough to have a tax refund, and if you want to use that, you can upgrade your home to new windows, siding, or doors from a company that'll help you make the most out of it, trusted for years, K&H Home Solutions. You can stretch those refund dollars right now with a 30% discount on beautiful energy-efficient windows, durable siding, God, Everlast siding the best, or designer doors, a great combination of discounts, excellent products, and K&H's 65-year heritage. Upgrading has never been this good. Get details at khwindows.com. That's khwindows.com. Public Insurance Adjusters of Colorado. Those are the people that we've recommended on this show time and time again, the ones that can help you with any kind of insurance claim. In fact, I would never, ever trust an insurance claim to the company, the insurance company, or the insurance company's adjuster, because they're always going to try to hammer you. You need someone to fight for your rights, for your coverage, especially when you've been through a fire or a total loss. You need to make sure you're getting the most that your policy offers. Or if you're on the fringe of those fires, make sure you get the proper cleaning and the proper environmental cleanup, and that you allow enough money for that. Or if you just have any kind of insurance claim, even if one was recently closed over the last 2 years, if you don't think you were treated fairly, you can reopen that claim. You know, you'll get free advice, free looks at your claims from Public Insurance Adjusters of Colorado, and that's coclaims.com. 720-715-0000, 720-715-zeros.
If you've ever ordered food for work, you understand. It's different. There's just so much more at stake. Whether it's a meeting, a client call, or lunch with the office, it has to arrive at the actual lunchtime.
They own them and operate them, unlike franchises. They're the fucking deal. That's insane, man.
A few more companies are over there in the same bailiwick.
Most of them are all franchise.
They're hoping nobody brings that up.
It's coming up, though. It's
coming around the corner quickly.
That's a big footprint, man.
Actually, it's both. But considering that bathing went mainstream in the 1800s and brushing your teeth in the 1900s, isn't it time for something new, like cleaning your nose? After all, your nose is the body's air filter for trapping dirt and germs. The first line of
Europe is a quarter of McDonald's
and viruses from cells into your lungs. But how do you clean your nose? With Navage. Navage isn't medicine. It's
to give you an idea, Starbucks
Navage uses powered
generates about 5% of sales in Europe.
Back of the nose,
Really?
where germs can get trapped and multiply.
In Europe, 5%, that's
The other
because
nostril
they
flushes
laugh
out
at them in Italy.
They have all mom-and-pop places.
Well, they've had cafe, those shops.
They've had great coffee forever.
Yum Yum Brands owns a shipment over there, too. KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell.
No shit.
Healthy life.
This is not the time
Well, if I was in any of those stocks, I'd start looking at them really hard.
What do you think is going to happen when they kill the Ukrainian president and his family? People are going to go apeshit.
I don't
They're
think
gonna lose their minds
when they kill the president.
Yeah,
I think it's probably going to have a
They're
bad
gonna kill him.
effect.
They're going to, and I think they're going to kill his family too.
They're going
Because that's targets 1 and 2.
It's going to have a
But they
bad
said
effect
Putin's
on
targets 1 and 2 are him
the
and his family.
Ukrainian people.
Like
Their motivation.
people are going to lose their minds. I mean, people are going to freak out.
We helped when
They are helping.
We helped when Iraq went into Kuwait.
We just won't implement a no-fly zone because they feel like that's a declaration.
Because Russia, we don't want to have a war with Russia. We don't want to have direct. That's why the no-fly zone, because they don't want American pilots shooting down Russian airplanes, which is just going to escalate beyond a local war.
Do you think Russia would come over here?
I don't know what Russia would do, but
No one knows what Russia will do.
No one knows. The wild card is Putin. No one knows what Putin's going to do.
the United States will never be invaded. We may be bombed to shit with nuclear weapons, but we can never be invaded.
Oh, would not be good.
And guess
Have you
what?
not seen our southern border?
We live next to one of the biggest targets.
No kidding.
NORAD.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Let me tell you, Colorado, we wouldn't be a mile high that long. We'd be fucking
hole.
We'd be even with the. That's right.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Texting the show at the short code 57739. Tom, what about if they bond around the lien? Yes, they can bond around liens. Yes, you can. It's a pain in the ass, but you can do it. However, they could have done that. And the title company will tell them if they did or not.
Tom, you can no longer copy a QR code and use it. They change dynamically. So you have to have the current one at the moment they scan it. Whoa, I never knew that. I've got several texts on that. Also, if you had an emissions paperwork on the day you bought it, what about, he's talking about the guy that bought that truck. If the emissions were, if it wouldn't pass emissions, that's one way he can get out. Anyway, thank you very much for those, and let's keep going now. Mark said he didn't get paid on a mechanic's lien, and I think we took that, and we're waiting for our real estate attorney to talk about it. He said he did work on his stepdad's house, or however you want to put it, didn't get paid. Yes, Suze?
What about having, like, Smarty Marty call the title company and ask them if they're going to put a claim in for this? Just, like, put their feet to the fire a little bit for these folks.
We can do that, too, for sure. We can do that for sure. Now, even though the lien looks quite suspect because it's on his mom's former house that he thought he should have some, and then it went from a $5,000 contract to an additional $14,000 for extras. Even though it looks suspect, it's still a lien until proven invalid. That's the problem with liens. They stay on there until you get them removed. All right, a question for Brett Ivinson from IdealHomeLoans.com. What is involved in a pre-approval? Is it exactly the same as applying and getting approved for a loan?
It's not. It is a much deeper dive. So when we,
it's deeper. A pre-approval. Why is it deeper?
So what we'll do when we pre-approve a borrower, we will sign off on credit. We will sign off on income. We will sign off on assets. Essentially, all we need once your loan is pre-approved, all we need is the property, an appraisal, acceptable title work, and then you, the buyer, obviously would want an inspection that works. And we're ready to close. So that's how we're able to, when we talk about our 3-week closing guarantee, which really we can do in 2 weeks now ahead of time, that's how we're letting our buyers get out there and compete with these cash offers, is that when these sellers see the fact that everything has been done, the entire loan...
There is no contingency for loan approval.
No, none. Done. All we need is appraisal, title, contract, ready to go.
Now, can the interest rate change for the person who's been pre-approved?
You know, it could.
If you wait too long.
Yeah, if you wait too long, yeah. And we'll reevaluate that as well, you know, as we see the market moving. And obviously it's been a very dynamic market over the last several, basically 6 months.
Do you have a lot of people taking advantage of that pre-approval?
We do. We do, just because it's tough out there. I mean, it's...
And when you said it's a deeper dive, I said than a regular application. I think what you meant is a deeper dive than a pre-qualification.
That's exactly
right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because it's the same exact thing as applying and being approved for a loan.
Right.
Yeah. So when you apply for that loan and get approved, you're out there really with cash money.
That's exactly right. It's like you're out there competing with cash money. And I will tell you, we're finding that, and Frank could talk to this even more than I could, but we're finding that sellers are wanting to deal more with an actual buyer than a cash offer, because they know the cash offer, there's going to be some pressure applied at some point down the line before closing as they look through, assuming that they want an inspection and everything else. That cash offer knows you've taken that cash offer, and so they're going to put the pressure on you, where we're finding sellers want actual buyers. It's partly that feel-good.
What do you mean? What do you mean actual buyers?
Well, meaning that they, rather than an investor coming in and...
Oh, no. I understand that.
So,
well, when I say cash buyer, I mean to put you at par with a cash buyer. I'm not talking about investors.
Yep.
I'm talking about people who want to buy a house. There are people that have sold their house for enough that they do have...
Yep, for sure.
They do have cash.
Yep.
Are you finding, because people are selling and making money on their previous home, a lot of money, that the loans are getting smaller?
We're not. We're actually
really
seeing, because of the price, the average price of a house, we're seeing that average loan size go up quite a bit. I mean, look, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac last year at the end of the year moved their conventional standard loan limit to $647,200.
So before it's a jumbo, you go to about $650 approximately.
Yeah, and you can go even a little bit. There is a high balance number that you can go up to too, but I'll be honest with you, that pricing is almost in line with jumbo pricing, so it really doesn't make sense.
Now, jumbo pricing is how much more than conventional?
Typically a quarter.
So it's not even that bad.
No, it's not that bad. It really isn't.
And where are rates right now for a 30-year fixed?
So 30-year fixed rates right now are 3.99% today. 15-year fixed rates are 3.25%.
Okay, and what was the lowest we've had?
We saw 30-year fixed rates hit 2.375, 2.5%.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So you saw 15-year rates that began with a 1 for a period of time, even as low as 1 3/4. So
are you kidding me? So there are people out there right now, and you were telling them refinance. Why wouldn't people refinance when it was that low?
You had a lot of people that
what are you going to wait till it goes to zero when you're at under 2%? Come on.
Yeah. I mean, look, even now. I mean, when you look at rates historically, okay, over time.
Yeah.
We are still at what they would consider to be record low levels with interest rates. It's just that...
And people are still holding off.
Yeah.
What percentage would you say could benefit from a refi right now, but they're holding off? What percentage?
I think you still have 35% of homeowners out there that could benefit from rates. We see it all the time. We had someone who called us last week. We consolidated over $50,000 in credit card debt for them, and they were saving a massive amount of money. And the question was asked, why didn't you call us last year when rates were low? I just wasn't in a position I could get it done. Now, the good news is with how much we're saving them, having them apply a portion of that savings back towards their mortgage reduces the amount of interest they pay over time. And so effectively they are lowering their interest rate down to what they would have gotten. But again, it would have been even less a year ago.
Do you find people, when they lower their payment to get that lower rate, they take a shorter term?
Yeah, we're seeing people take, especially people that are consolidating debt, they're taking shorter term mortgages. I mean, look, equity is at an all-time high. People can consolidate debt no matter where interest rates are at. When you look at where credit card interest rates are, it makes more sense to pay it off with a mortgage or a home equity line of credit because it is cheaper by far.
Than a credit card, for sure.
Yeah, credit cards are they're astronomical.
As long as you have the discipline to pay that part off quicker. So you're not financing a washing machine for 30 years or 15 years.
Right.
We have more coming right up. 303-713-8255.
By the way, did you call Brad again?
Just made my last payment on my washing machine.
And I'm on what you say.
I said I just made my last payment.
Hey, Mark, so I have a question for you. If they're saying that Russia is committing war crimes by bombing civilians, were we committing war crimes in World War II when we bombed the shit out of Tokyo and Germany?
No, because those war crimes weren't. We didn't have that pact at that point. There wasn't war crimes at that point.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
There were war crimes. We prosecuted Germany and Nuremberg for war crimes. Right?
I don't know what the hell we would have signed at that period of time. We're not supposed to bomb civilians.
But we bombed the shit out of civilians in
was that a
II.
standing order in World War II?
Fuck yeah.
Well, yeah, they knew what they were doing.
And then
then they turned around 2 days later and did it again, or whatever.
Yeah, but look what they did to Tokyo with the firebombs. They burned the whole fucking city.
Hold on, guys.
My answer to you, though, would be no.
Visit Woodleys.com
Today. You heard us today talking about restoration companies and how you should get the company on our referral list to do restoration, to make sure you're not ripped off. What we were talking about is American Restoration. Now, what do we mean by American Restoration? It's they're a company you call in if you have a fire, a flood, wind damage, any kind of an insurance claim, and you need to stop further damage to your home and then clean up the damage and then possibly rebuild. Most likely, you will be penalized. You will be penalized or fined a ripoff if you call for a restoration company, because they're all so bad, really. So trust me when I tell you, American Restoration has all of the certifications, the knowledge, the experience, and the value you need to get your claim done, and to get it done efficiently and honestly, whether it be fire, flood, mold, crime, unattended death, meth labs, everything you need. They can mediate, remediate, and start rebuilding if you want them to. They'll do as little or as much as you want. 8337-AMREST. 8337-AMREST. AMREST247.com is the website. AMREST247.com. Hey, and when we're talking about damages from, any kind of insurance problem, storms, fires, whatever, or remediating mold or anything, you can count on GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Now, the name says Genesis Total Exteriors, but trust me when I tell you, they do interiors as well, from the basement to the main level, kitchens and baths, even pop tops for new bedrooms. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. They also do solar, and they can do all of your storm damage on one invoice, so you're dealing with one company. They'll work with your restoration company, your public adjuster. They'll work with your insurance. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. Hey, when you think about auto repair, what do you want? Really, what do you want? I think the first thing I want is honesty, right? But what good is honesty if you don't have the experience or the knowledge, right? So you want a combination of things. I like honesty, experience, knowledge. What about convenience and value? Sheridan Auto Tech has all of those, along with longevity. In business more than 20 years. SheridanAutoTech.com, 303-455-7242. Major and minor repairs, maintenance, electrical issues even, on Colfax and Lakewood, on Havana and Aurora, 303-455-7242.
There are lots of places to get national news, but
you don't have a whisper, bro.
I'm sorry.
I know, but you don't have a whisper. Why? Your voice is so low.
It's just all about it. It's all about him, yeah.
Yeah, he can't. I mean, it's not a bad thing to have a voice, but
Hey, you know what? Your career in Hebrew was cut very short.
I just don't say nothing.
I just don't talk. I'm quiet. And signals. I'm the same. I talk so loud. It's ridiculous. The dog. How much time at the house could be?
Or the best
price ever get from one level of the house to the other. The potential of $1,000, which is a test of mine. Like, are you kidding me?
Russian police are arresting protesters.
Yeah, they've been doing that for weeks.
So in their own country, the people are protesting, mostly youth, probably.
They've been into it for weeks like that.
The youths.
What does Putin do about women's rights and minorities and
They've got none.
Is he a real supremacist and all that shit?
I don't think so.
I don't think it matters that much.
Like, if you're gay in Russia, is it easy or hard?
You don't tell nobody.
Mom's the word.
NATO could send forces. That's the whole North Atlantic. I mean, he's not going to declare war on the world. What if it was Russia and China teamed up against the world?
Can you put the light back?
I think that's what they're ultimately worried about.
If
you move the light or
I
something.
think so, right?
Suzanne can't see Tom now. I don't know what she.
Okay. You have
Does
Israel.
that make sense?
Yeah.
As an awesome.
I know it's...
Well, it depends on what you mean by water. If they try they try to physically invade NATO, then China really is out of it because China can't get any equipment and supplies over to Eastern Europe very easily. So it would be, unless you're getting into a nuclear war.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Gary, welcome to the show. I'm Tom. Brent Ivinson is with us from Ideal Home Loans. What's going on with you?
She has dementia, and she has no ability to sign. Our house title, which is paid off, has both our names on the title. And when I have been calling even Ideal Home Loans, they will not accept power of attorney for me to sign for her to do a cash out so I can support her in her facility.
If she's not she can't give you a power of attorney, or do you already have one?
I already have one.
What kind of power of attorney?
A durable power of attorney.
Not just a medical power of attorney?
I got the medical and financial and a couple of other ones.
I have no idea why they would not accept that. Brent, that doesn't sound right to me.
Now, unless the title company for some reason is not accepting it.
Unless
find out for sure.
Listen, unless that title of attorney was done in sound mind and it's not meant to be. Well, no, you said it was a durable power of attorney.
It was done 11 years ago before she went into a nursing home. And she's been in a nursing home for 5 years. But I have gone through 3 or 4 different companies, Ideal, Rocket, American Finance. They all say, I'm sorry, but we will not accept power of attorney.
Well, if they all say that, there must be a reason for that.
I know, but they don't give me any. The only reason they said was that they get their money from Fannie Mae and the federal government will not accept power of attorney. Now, I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, it may be a Fannie guideline. I'd have to look. I haven't come across it, to be honest with you, but I'm happy to look into it and get you an answer and try and point you in the right direction.
Gary, there might be something else you can do. Use the power of attorney to transfer title. And then,
like a quick claim, you mean?
Well, or even more so, even a warranty deed. I mean, if you have a power of attorney, you're not asking right now to do. Is your house paid for?
Yes, I have presently a HELOC against it for $120,000.
Is there any money out on it?
No.
Okay, then you have no one is going to stand in your way, because it's not Fannie or Freddie, to get a power of attorney to put it all in your name. That would leave you clear in order to, because they're not going to care. Once the house is in your name 100%, it won't matter. So why don't you get our real estate attorney to get the paperwork to transfer the house from the 2 of you to just you. Now, once you own the home, you're done.
Is it in a trust?
I've gone to real estate lawyers, and they said they've never heard of this before. And when they get online and they come back to me and they say, oh, my gosh, we had no idea.
But, Gary, you didn't present them with what I just told you.
But I haven't ever heard of the warranty deed.
That is a deed. That's a deed. Okay. There's 2 kinds of deeds. Okay. Well, there's several, but a general warranty deed is what we use in this state. Okay. So that means the highest level of transfer, and you can do that from your wife to you. And if you have to do valuable consideration, it just doesn't matter. A good real estate attorney will do that. You were asking the real estate attorney, how do I get this power of attorney through the lenders? Don't ask him that. You get our real estate attorney and say, my wife is in a nursing home. I have a power of attorney that's durable. I need to get the house in my name alone so I can refi and help her. That's what you say. And we're trying to get our real estate attorney on. He's not answering right now. If we get him on, we will address this and call you back, or have him on tomorrow. But that's what you need to do. Then you go to Ideal Home Loans and say, me, need to refi my home and pull cash out.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Okay. That's the way to do it. Or you can, do a reverse loan. Whatever you want to do to get the equity out of your home the best way possible. And they can run the numbers for you.
If it's in a trust, you can't use a POA. And that's according to Fannie Mae. I'm on their website. The other thing is it has to be notarized. And then he said cash out. It's eligible for a purchase, but this says limited cash out, so I don't know how much he's asking for. So there's different things.
And again, limited cash out, or he might want to do, again, a reverse. You can look at all options. I mean, Brent, the Ideal can look at all of those options for you.
Yeah,
right?
You can look at all those options.
Yeah, okay, good. 303-713-TALK. Now, Trevor needs advice after a car accident. I hope no one got seriously hurt. What's going on, Trevor?
Well, actually, I did smash my head into the side of the vehicle.
Ooh, did you get checked out?
I got hit. Yeah, I did go to the hospital. They said that there was no concussion, but then when I followed up with my doctor a week later, he said that there was definitely concussion.
Whose fault was it?
I've had it was the party that hit me. The reason I'm not quite sure what to do about this is because it was actually a police officer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what does that change? How did that change?
Me.
Well, was he in a police car?
Well, yeah, he was responding to a call and went around some other vehicles and blew through an intersection and broadsided me.
Okay, but you did an accident report and all of that?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Well, whether it was a police officer or not, you should hire an attorney at this point. You have injuries, let them deal with it.
Yeah, why wouldn't you see an attorney? Why wouldn't you call like John Fuller for this?
Well, that was kind of one of my questions.
And there's a special, you have to go through a very special process for claiming against the city. You know that, right?
No, I had no idea.
How long ago was it?
Tomorrow it'll be 3 weeks.
Yeah, you have only a certain amount of time, man. You better call. Here, I'm going to give you the number. Seriously, you need to call John Fuller.
Okay.
He'll answer all of your questions free of charge with no obligation. 303-597-4500.
All right, I'll give them a call.
No, yeah, ask them how long you have. You have to give them notice and all kinds of stuff. What did they tell you to do?
They were very tight-lipped and told me just to have a nice day, basically.
Hold on. They never gave you a card and said, contact this office?
I got a police report, or I got a accident report through the state patrol because they called them to do the investigation. And it's basically like, trying to think of the word. It's basically the exchange of information.
Okay, good. Now, you got to call John immediately and say it was a city, it was a police officer, what do I need to do? And if you're hurting right now, seriously, you need him. Don't try to do this alone. It's 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. Brent, on a pre-approval, someone wants to know how long does it take to get one?
You know, it takes us about 7 to 10 days. Again, and that
really?
Well, it depends on how quickly we get everything rounded up, right? So if we've got all your tax returns, if you have all your ducks in a row, we can get it done in 48 hours.
And does it go up to a certain amount?
Yeah, we will give you a certain range to say you can go all the way up to this amount, or you can go all the way.
Providing you have the appraisal.
Providing that it appraises, yes.
Is there any asset-based loans people can get, or everything's income?
No, there is some stuff out there now. I'll tell you, the interest rates on that stuff's pretty ugly. You know, you're looking at almost double what the market.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're looking.
And that's asset-based only.
Yeah.
You show them what you own.
You show them what you own, and they'll run an asset runoff calculation.
But they don't put a freeze on those assets, do they?
No, they don't. They don't cross-collateralize them or anything else. They just use it as there's a runoff calculation on how long they think you'll have money to be able to
But no matter what, you need credit.
Yep, you do. They'll go down to some lower credit, but not very low.
303-713-8255.
Mark will do Art of Granite.
Is there?
Art of Granite.
Yeah. Is there a?
This report is sponsored by Martin Marietta.
The better the credit, the better the rate for the most part.
For the most part, yeah.
But doesn't it matter anymore? 750, it doesn't matter. When does it level? There's no better.
Once you're really over 740, 750.
Then there's no better. So 800's not going to get a better.
Yeah, we get that a lot. Well, my credit score is 800. Awesome, good job. We like it. That's great. Makes our life easier. But yeah, same as if it was 750. So, you know. Now, where you can get into where you do see some risk layering is at your higher debt to income ratios. So as you've got somebody who's kind of pushing that threshold, that 800 score will layer into that risk evaluation and sometimes help push it up a couple of points. But not like we're not talking major, right?
And they want you to join their rock solid team. Why Martin Marietta? Benefits start day one. The best pay in the industry. Medical, dental, and vision insurance, a pension plan, and so much more. Apply online, martinmarietta.com/career.
So when Suzanne and I were looking for new cabinets and new countertops for our kitchen and also our living room and our bathroom upstairs, the coolest part was I got in touch with Art of Granite. The owner's name is Mitch Floria. We talk about him all the time. Absolutely great guy. You just gotta talk to him. He comes from another country. He came here with like $300 and then just built this entire business from scratch. And he does the job right, which is important. But something he does, it's really cool. You can take some pictures of what's going on in your kitchen right now, maybe some measurements, and he can give you ideas of different countertops. He can give you ideas of different cabinets. But on top of that, if you know what you want, he can give you a quote right over the phone. That's the part I loved. He gave us a quote. He stuck with it. He did the job. Absolutely awesome. You got to check these guys out. TheArtOfGranite.com. TheArtOfGranite.com.
If you're suffering every day, you can get real, lasting relief now with natural biological treatment at QC Kinetics. Hey, Michael Brown, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in solution that can restore and repair damaged tissue. No surgery and no drug. This is the relief you've been hoping for your aching hips, knees, shoulder, lower back. The unique protocols at QC Kinetics were created by a doctor with years of study in regenerative restorative medicine. They're treating patients every day in hundreds of clinics nationwide with remarkable success. Life-changing results with zero downtime.
Oh, that's my guy Steve.
Yeah, but it's not a user or password or anything. I don't know what it is. I never got his username and password. Just whenever he sends it to me, I'll look at it.
Okay.
But it looks like he already transferred the tickets, Doc. But I don't know without getting into his account.
Did you go to Help a Troubleshooter?
Oh, did you tell him to send it to
Yeah,
Help?
I told him to send it to Help a Troubleshooter.
I'd never log into there.
Okay, we'll take a look.
See if Help got a email for me about Ticketmaster. Oh, no, I check enough emails. Ugh.
Begin your journey to healthy mobility and healthy living. Visit RestoreOsteo.com today. That's RestoreOsteo.com. Michael Brown here for American Financing. You know, we talk a lot about the economy, and you and I both know that we're facing uncertain times. But in the meantime, you might be sitting on a lot of equity in your home. I think it's time you talk to some of my personal friends at American Financing. They don't work on commission, and because they know I'm seeing you to see them, they're going to work extra hard to find a mortgage, home equity,
I got his tickets. I want a reward.
Suiting your financial needs. And the next thing I'm going to charge you for is fees. You can call them, tell them that I sent you, and I promise you'll get some customer service and a personalized loan program.
So, is your surgery going to coincide with his surgery? Both of you going to be out? He's doing April 19th.
I won't even be out for, I might be out for a day. I have no idea when my surgery is.
What kind of surgery are you having now, Mark?
Same shit.
Oh, how come?
Because when the doctor was in there, she didn't realize I had an infection. So now they got to go in and get rid of the infection in this sinus cavity. And she didn't fix the bone spur while she was in there because she didn't discuss it with me.
That's ridiculous.
It's the dumbest fucking thing I ever heard.
And while they have the tweezers up there, they're going to pull out his brain.
Well, they need a tweezer for that.
Or use a little stick and just scramble it a bit.
Shit, shake it around some. At least when I go like this, my brain doesn't roll out of my head.
And what's with the coffee machine? I can't get it to work.
Oh, really?
You gotta be smarter than the
no,
coffee
it has
machine.
a timer on it.
I got the same
Oh, no,
problem
I'll
in
do
my
it.
house.
Here, I'll go. Well, hold on. I'll do it at the time. It just takes a couple minutes. It's on an auto lock.
Yeah, it's on. I don't know how to reset it.
I want a cup too. I'll go turn it on. I'm trying to.
Our machine in there makes better coffee than Starbucks.
What is it?
I'm tired of Starbucks.
Hey, Doc, they're going after
some good coffee.
What they're talking about war crimes now was the War Crimes Act of 1996.
Okay.
Because back then, I don't think they had like chemical weapons. I mean, they had some, but I don't think most of the shit was listed back then.
Can I get copies from Gabelia?
But your point's well taken. We killed a lot of fucking people. We killed more people than I think anybody ever.
Well, no. The Germans killed a lot of
Oh, that's true.
Millions of Russians.
And Jews.
And no, I'm just talking about not the Holocaust, just the invasion of Russia.
Yeah.
That's it.
They really killed 1 million. How many bucks? $5?
I didn't know that. Wake up.
You know, this is, it's so funny. You look at the size of Russia and then Germany, you're going, how the hell did that happen?
Well, because west of the Urals, or should say east of the
You know,
Urals,
if we were kicking
most
his
of the
ass
land
on
was
the ground,
empty steppes.
It's like Siberia.
Yeah.
Is he that crazy?
I literally had that question.
If we were kicking his ass on the ground, if we went in and started bombing the shit,
Would he get mad and just lose?
can he
That's what
send
I wonder.
someone over here?
Yeah.
I mean, would we detect it?
I think that's
Yeah,
one of
but
their fears that even unstable enough, they just don't know what will do.
We don't have, neither country has enough anti-ballistic
We went from
missiles
riding around on a
to
horseback
stop
with no
it.
shirt to now
And
we're pushing.
he'd be destroyed too. He wouldn't give a shit.
Well, that was the whole thing about MAD in the Cold War. That worked.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Brent Ivinson, let's talk about rates and what you think people mistake and hold off. By the way, they have an interest rate guarantee. Every time you close, you get 2 years. And if rates go down, they refinance you free of charge. So, but people still miscalculate on how much, when the rate goes up, I think they overly exaggerate how much their payment will go up. So explain it.
Yeah, they do. So to give you an example, on a $500,000 loan amount, a 0.5% differential in rate only equates to $138 a month in payment. A full 0.5%. Now, we have a lot of people.
Wow. And so when it moves a quarter, people get shook up.
Yeah. People, it's not nearly as, it's not as significant as people think. It just isn't. You know, and look, in a $500,000, like most people are not borrowing $500,000. So
what are they borrowing more?
You know,
less?
We're seeing, it depends. You know,
yeah, that's a good question. What are they borrowing?
Size is running about $350,000 right now.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
And houses are so these people that are buying these houses, almost everything is appraising at $1 million.
Yeah.
And when they're buying those houses, are they putting a lot down?
Yeah, they are. They're putting a ton down. You got a lot of people that are. There's a lot of move-up buying going on right now. People are selling their current house, rolling that money into another house. I mean, look, Tom, you've been here long enough. I was born.
Yeah.
I remember when $1 million got you a palace in this.
Oh my God, $1 million! Hold on, no. If you lived in a $500,000 home, you were in tall cotton.
Yeah, it was big.
$500,000 is a bungalow.
Yeah, if that. $500,000 is a condo in a lot of places at this point.
And back in the 80s, you couldn't give away homes.
Yeah.
Well, that's true too. Condos were like a bad economy cars. I mean, so okay. So let's talk about this. What do you guys in the industry think? And I know you don't like putting on a crystal ball or looking at the crystal ball, putting on the turban, but let's talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, we're going to take what the Fed does. Now, what ran this latest run of running rates up, mortgage rates jumping up, is everybody said, oh, the Fed's going to hike 50 basis points. They're going to hike 50 basis points. It's almost
50 basis points would be a 0.5%?
Yeah, 0.5%. So it looks like they're only going to do 25 basis points. Now, again, you're going to run into a delta at some point. Look, the housing market is strong. Okay, home values keep going up. Builders are doing phenomenally well. They're having
even with rates and even with inflation.
Yeah, I mean, you almost saw the exact opposite effect of what you would think. Is when rates jumped up, it almost accelerated people trying to buy. It was like this fear of missing out, and I better get going on this right now.
Yes,
but look, I think you could see rates drift higher. Do I think you're going to see rates go to 5%? No, I think you'll see rates. They do drift higher, stay in the low 4s, and really more than likely stick around these levels we've got right now. 3.99%, 4%, maybe 4.25%.
But to stop inflation, don't the rates have to go up?
They do, but I also think you're going to see other things mitigating against that too. I mean, when you look at the grand scheme of things, the housing market, look at how many industries are tied to the housing market. And
yeah, all the support industries, right.
And so you've got to be mindful of just crippling that and bringing it down to nothing.
So when you say inventory is down, are you talking about resales or are you talking about new homes as well?
Both.
So they can't build them fast enough.
They can't build them fast enough. They can't find the labor. They can't, I was at a meeting with a large home builder here in Denver recently, talking to their head of construction, and, they're running into still supply chain issues, right? Hey, we'll get an air conditioning unit that gets shipped to our job site, but there's no coil in it. Well,
but certainly this supply chain has to even out. I mean, sure, we had some shutdowns and slowdowns, but how long does that ripple effect continue?
Yeah,
how long?
I agree.
Really?
I can't think it does much. At some point, it's got to alleviate itself, and that's the reasoning I give for. I don't think rates are going to get totally out of hand. Yes, I realize inflation is a problem right now, but if supply chain issues start to solve themselves and start to normalize, that will also alleviate a lot of that pressure as well.
All right, now we're nearing the top of the hour. 303-713-TALK. You can get in queue to take your call.
Don't you think, though, by the end of this year, Brent, we could see 5%, or do you think that's nuts?
I don't think so.
On a 30.
I don't think so. I think they're going to try and moderate. I think they're trying to
because of the mid-year elections, right?
Yeah.
No politician wants to see them go up.
No.
On either side. That's one thing.
Yeah, but it's one of the only ways to ease inflation.
Well, unless you do
crazy.
I agree.
It's like who's running the Fed right now?
So
right, but people aren't feeling inflation like you think they are.
Hey, Brent, when does bank rates go up on your savings account?
To reflect it.
Yeah, to reflect.
No, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that, and when the banks will start to give you more on your savings account.
Is it usually a lag time?
A big lag time.
I would assume there's a lag time for sure. The banks aren't going to give anything until they have to.
And as far as requirements for loans, have they gone? Are they strict, really strict, or have they relaxed?
They've relaxed somewhat. Like when we had COVID hit, right? We trimmed back loan to values for cash outs. We trimmed back DTIs. You had all this stuff because no one knew what was going to happen. But it has started to return to what it was from a overall lending perspective prior to COVID. So were any people stung because of the loan payment suspensions they did? Some were, and as they continue to make payments and move away from that, then they're able to refinance.
Anyway, that's idealhomeloans.com. 303-867-7000 is where you reach them. Thanks for being here. More coming up.
I should have had done right to it. Don't be
I appreciate it. Yeah, I got to run. I got some shooting. We got videos we're shooting for all our email campaigns at my house at 1:30.
Well, at least you'll be at home.
That's right.
So how does that work? What do you need for your email?
So what'll happen? So when we have all these different email campaigns for different stages of leads and different stages of the loan process.
So emails.
Yeah. So what we're doing is, rather than sending a narrative, it's a video link of me explaining, hey, your loan's just gone into processing. So a processor will be reaching out to you. They may need updated statements, that type of stuff.
By the way, I wanted to mention something to you. I forgot. Yeah. I'm not trying to hit you up, but I wanted to speak of that. I bought Money Mail.
Okay.
For all of Denver.
Oh, yeah.
It's the 5x8 one.
Yeah.
It's the one that used to be here before the pandemic.
Yeah.
Here's the good news. There's 27 zones. You can buy 1, 2, 3, and each zone has 10,000 homes.
Okay.
KRFX HD2 Denver. W Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Available everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one.
ABC News, I'm Victor O'Kendall. Officials in Ukraine say today's third round of negotiations with Russia has ended. They say there was progress in providing combat-free corridors for refugees out of the country. ABC's Matt Gutman is at an orphanage in Lviv.
Large swaths of this country are no longer safe for civilians. Several of the orphans in this orphanage outside Lviv come from the war-torn city of Lugansk, and we're now talking about the biggest fast refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. But everywhere we look here, we also see heroes sacrificing almost everything to help people.
The Prime Ministers, Canada, Great Britain, and the Netherlands wrapping up a meeting today in Europe, strongly condemning what they called Russia's brutal attack on Ukraine, increasing calls in Washington to ban Russian oil. The White House hoping to work in conjunction with Europe, but indicating it could impose a ban in the U.S. independently. The talk likely to fuel further rise rising gas prices, this is ABC News. The nation's public transit, school buses, and trucks to be overhauled under a new Biden administration program, including $1.5 billion to help lower vehicle emissions. Vice President Kamala Harris today.
We have the technology to transition to a zero-emission fleet. Our administration, together, all of us, is working to make that possibility a reality.
The funding coming from the bipartisan infrastructure law. The Supreme Court is declining to take up the Pennsylvania sex assault case against comedian Bill Cosby. The comedian's 2018 conviction tossed out over a violation of his due process rights. Cosby served 3 years and left prison in June. Britain's Queen Elizabeth met with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau today, the monarch's first in-person visit since testing positive for COVID-19 last month. The two chatting in front of a large bouquet of blue and yellow flowers, the colors of the Ukrainian flag. Victor Okendo, ABC News.
Research shows people remember radio ads that remind them of the past. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual Insurance Company customizes your home insurance and you only pay for what you need, here's an ad that'll really take you back.
Back in my day, I heard a voice from the radio say, Liberty Mutual customizes my home insurance so I only pay for what I need. I'm getting on in years now, but heavens to Betsy, there are some things an old fella like me just never forgets.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is a metaphor for your business's journey. Sometimes it feels like the world is throwing everything it has at you, and to succeed, you need someone to guide you through. That's what Dell Technologies advisors do. They have the Windows PCs and tech advice to help you navigate whatever challenges you're up against and get you safely to where you want to be. Call an advisor today at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. A start to a simpler experience, Windows 11 Pro.
K-Hell News Time, 103. The situation in Ukraine is even more dire than what most people think. That's according to Andy Lennox with Ukrainians of Colorado.
It's a gruesome situation. It's a horrible situation. And I just pray that the West gets its act together and does everything possible to save Ukraine.
His group is collecting medical supplies for those in Ukraine. More details and a list of what they need can be found on their website, ukrainiansofcolorado.com. There were problems with icy roads this morning, but even more so on Sunday. On I-25 northbound, there were several crashes involving a total of 50 vehicles. There was also a crash involving 15 vehicles on I-225 in Aurora last night. Denver police still searching for a box of human heads stolen from a freight company truck.
No shit.
Investigators say the heads were meant to be used for medical research. Anyone who finds a box with a label reading exempt human specimen is asked to call police.
Can you imagine finding a box of human heads?
Half hour. Now,
I want to try and learn how to
sponsored
swim.
by Discover.
Involving two semis, a box truck, and a car has westbound I-70 closed at airport. That's backing things up to Tower. The rest of the highway drive around the metro area in great shape. Just a bit of the usual volume on westbound 270 through Commerce City, but I-25 pretty wide open through town. Off freeway, there's a crash in Arvada at 64th and Wadsworth, so that might be a good area to avoid. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a mix of clouds and sun this afternoon will drop down into the mid-teens overnight tonight. Mostly sunny tomorrow for your Tuesday with a high right around 40. Some scattered snow showers possible on Wednesday with a high of 36. It's 30 right now in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Jim LaRose, 630K.
Real credit card questions
White
require
House just
real
said
people.
we need to ask
Someone who
Venezuela
understands
and
your
Iran
issues
for
and
more
works to
oil.
resolve them with you. That's why Discover offers helpful
you know.
U.S.-based representatives. Available 24/7. Discover. Exceptionally common sense.
Taxes.
In
the biggest expense in
words
retirement.
and voice of
Don't
the
send more
talking
money
heads,
to the IRS
stop
than you have
making
to.
sense,
I'm Linda
making
Gardner
sense.
with Blue Heron Capital, inviting you to a free class, Taxes in Retirement, on Tuesday morning, March 15th. For more information, go to registercolorado.com. That's registercolorado.com. Or call 720-488-8604.
Doc, did you get coffee? I did, yeah.
720-488-8604.
You don't drink
One-day
treatment.
Yeah, my first cup in the morning before I leave out the house, my second cup when I get here, and then I get on the water
Representative Lauren Boebert joins
to flush it out.
controversy for his State of the Union address. 630K now, Denver's talk station.
You know, I've never taken an extended vacation in my life.
I took one. In all the years I worked, I took one time. I took more than
You
one
want to
day.
know the truth? I don't feel good when I do it. I get weird. I like taking time, but not a bunch. Hi,
Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALKS, 303-713-8255. Now, we had some issues earlier in the show, and I wanted to get our real estate expert back on. I got to now bring up the call thing, what we talked about. Oh, the lien. Wasn't it the lien? That's what it was. We had a guy that wasn't paid on a lien, and I'm going to explain it to Bradley O'Brien. We love giving scenarios to Brad O'Brien, which is O'Brien Legal Services. He's a real estate attorney, and then getting his take on it. So, you there, Mark? We're going to bring up an attorney for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Sure. This is Brad O'Brien, and Brad, here's the scenario. Mark basically had a contract with his stepdad to remodel the house. His mom's deceased. The stepdad owns the house. It was a $5,000 contract, and he was paid $5,000. He put a lien on the house, by the way. He couldn't get paid for $14,000. He was paid $5,000. So in other words, what he's saying is this: he had a $5,000 contract, but he did $14,000 in extras. So the guy sold the house, or excuse me, the guy paid him $5,000 and thought he was paid in full. Mark was upset, so he put a lien on the house for $14,000. Now, what he's surprised about is this. After placing that lien on the house, which he has a record of, and it was on file, that man sold the house, and they never paid off that $14,000 lien. And the title company said, okay, we'll get you payments, don't worry about it, we missed it, and then stopped communicating with him. So, Brad, without discussing the actual validity of the lien itself, because at this point, I think that's long past the owner's chance to dispute the lien, maybe not, but maybe you tell us that. But can he go to the title company and say, because I had a valid lien that you did not pay, now you owe it to me because you're supposed to insure anything of record? What do you think, Brad?
Well, I think the mechanics lien claimant is not the customer of the title company. The title insurance was purchased for the buyer, not for a mechanic lien claimant. So I don't really think there's any duty that the title company owes to this mechanic lien claimant.
Oh, really? I thought that's what... Okay, so if he goes after the homeowner, they would have to make the claim then.
Well, at this point, I don't think it's a good lien because you have to... If you don't file a foreclosure suit on your mechanics lien within 6 months after the job's done, it expires automatically.
Okay, here's what happened. He was about to file, he said, when they sold it out from under him. So he couldn't file after that.
Sure you can. Sometimes since mechanic liens work retroactively, they can sometimes show up after the home is sold.
Oh.
Because they can be recorded 60 days after the lien claimant's last work.
So what you're saying is when he noticed the house was sold, he had about 18 days left. Even though there was a new owner in that home, he could have still filed for the foreclosure, and that's when title would have stepped in, the title insurance.
Sure. As long as you have 11 days, because you have to give a 10-day notice, so 11 days in advance is all you need.
Mark?
I was unaware of that, but yeah, but still, how can an underwriter miss the mechanics lien period when it's recorded instrument?
But see, Brad said they missed. Even if they missed it, it was still incumbent upon you to make good on that lien.
Okay, well, let me ask you another question there, if you don't mind. How about under my mechanics lien recorded instrument line, it says grantee and grantor. Can you explain what that means to me? I'm the grantee of the mechanics lien, and I'm also the grantee of a letter that I wrote to the courts for probate because my mother never went through probate or a will.
That's a total listen. As far as the probate, that's a totally separate issue, and here's why, Mark. Mark, that house was left to him before she died. So you're going to have to argue that with an estate attorney, but and you're going to have a tough time doing that. But Brad can address the lien. So what does a grantee and a grantor mean on a lien?
Well, a grantor is who gives a lien, and a grantee is who receives a lien.
Okay, so in this case, he would be the what? He did the work.
Grantee of a lien.
He's the grantee.
Like a mortgage.
Okay.
A homeowner is the grantor of a mortgage.
Okay, now, what I'd like to know is this then. There's not, because he did not continue with his foreclosure back when they sold it, and he gave up thinking he could not do it. That's on him. He can't do it now, right?
Yes, but alternatively, he might have a breach of contract claim, which is not a mechanics lien.
Right. He can still go after. See, what Brad is saying, Mark, is precisely what I was going to suggest. That doesn't mean your stepdad is free and clear. If he owes you the money, he still owes you the money. You just don't have the house to go after. But in order to go after your dad, your stepdad, or whoever he is for that $14,000 in extras, you're going to have to have something to show that you had in the contract. First of all, the ability to go over the contract amount. This guy is going to say, "I already paid you the $5,000. What the hell do you want?"
Yeah, it was verbal, but verbal.
Well,
binding contract, no.
But
he told me go ahead. And
this is what's funny. This is what's funny. Verbal contracts, are they binding? The usual answer is yes, if the parties agree to the terms. Okay, there you go. And he's going to say, "I never agreed to go over $5,000," and you're going to say he did. So guess what? They're not. It's so when people say, "Are verbal contracts enforceable?" It's really stupid, because they are if people agree to what was said, or if you had witnesses to it. But it's so hard. So Brad, in this case, if he did work on a $5,000 contract, is it automatically, what do they call that, quantum merit? Does he automatically have to pay for more if he went over?
Well, there's a different type of claim called unjust enrichment, which is based on quantum merit, which is, the scales of justice. That's an equitable claim. It isn't just the fact that somebody benefited off of you. There has to be some wrongdoing. The person who benefited had to have done something wrong to induce you to benefit them.
And really, like Mark, did he do anything wrong? Did he say, "Yeah, go ahead and do it, no problem"?
Yeah, exactly. You told on the okay, go ahead.
Mark, you said, "Hey, by the way, whatever you call him, whatever, Mike, it's going to be like another $6,000 for this." And he says, "Don't worry about it. Go ahead." I mean, how do you prove all of that? Why did you keep doing more and more and more work?
Well, because it was my mother's home for 25 years. My stepdad was just a co-signer on the note. And, he rented it to one of my little sister's friends, and they completely tore my mother's house up. I mean, there was 37 holes in the master bedroom. I could go on and on. There wasn't a door on a hinge. So when I went in there, I was totally shocked. And I told him I didn't want my mom to go out like that. Let's fix it up and get it, and he wanted to sell it. So I fixed it up and he sold it. Okay. And also, I noticed there's under the deeds, it's a special warranty deed, whatever that means. And I noticed there was like some things written in there. I'm not really savvy on the law on it, but what's the difference between a warranty deed and a special warranty deed? But the deed is still clouded, isn't it, because of my lien on it?
No, wait a minute, man. You said she left that home to him years before you did the work.
No. He was in joint tenancy on the note. That's how he automatic by rights of survivorship.
Mark, she granted him ownership in the home how many years ago?
After she died. When she died.
How many years ago, Mark?
11 years ago.
Okay, 11, and you did the work a couple years ago. Come on, Mark. So you're telling me something about what does that have to do? Your mom granted him ownership years and years before you did the work.
Okay, what does that have to do with it, Tom? I'm just saying.
But you were trying to say something about the ownership. It clouded the ownership because you did work on the house.
No. What I'm saying is because my mechanic lien is still there, it clouds the title, doesn't it? They can't get released or have a warranty deed, or they have a special warranty deed, whatever that means.
Listen, first of all, the lien wasn't there when your mom granted the house to him, so that's past. Okay, but you're talking about when he sold it. So, is your lien still on that house? Is what you're asking? Did you do an O&E to find out?
Yeah, I'd like to find out. How I'm going to get my money.
Is your lien still on the house? Did it show up?
Yeah, it's recorded at the Rappahannock County Clerk and Recorder's office.
So if I pull
and a mechanics lien.
If I pull an O&E on that house right now, your liens will show up.
I'm certain they will.
Okay.
Unless the underwriter who wrote it, or however they do that.
But Brad,
like they said they did.
Brad, if his liens show up, there's still a right to perfect he lost, right?
No, it may show up of record when you pull title, but it's probably not enforceable.
Right. That's what I was trying to say. You can't foreclose on it, Mark. So you're saying, but does it still serve to cloud the title? Would she have a problem getting a loan? The new owner would have a problem refinancing if truly there's a lien of record. Because even though it's unenforceable, Brad, you know a lot of lenders won't lend on it.
Right. It doesn't legally cloud the title, but it functionally does cloud the title because a lot of title companies will not close if there's a lien, even expired lien on there.
So, Mark, your best hope is that the new owner needs to refinance someday or sell it, and they're going to find that lien and want to get rid of it.
Okay. I still think there's fault in the fact that 6 months prior. I mean, after I filed my mechanics lien, I had 6 months to file the intent to foreclose, and they sold the house before the 6 months was up. Isn't there some kind of penalty for that? I mean,
no,
and not see my mechanics lien recorded instrument.
What Brad?
I had a legal address on there. Everything.
Mark.
I had the whole,
Mark.
What?
It doesn't matter. He said you could have still filed for foreclosure if it was still on there. The fact that they missed it doesn't preclude you from perfecting it.
Okay, well, I didn't know that.
Well, okay, and guess what? That's why there are attorneys. Had you given that lien to an attorney, that attorney would have said, well, we have 6 months to do this. And if you said, well, they're selling it tomorrow, he would have said, so we'll still file for it.
Okay. Again, let me ask you a question. That grantor grantee thing. On the there it says I'm the second owner on one of the warranty deeds or something. It says Mike Flynn, my stepfather, and then it says second owner, my name, William Mark Brookbank, and then what was I going to say here?
Mark, I don't know what you're talking about, second owner.
Well, what I'm saying is that I'm a grantee of the mechanics lien. What does that mean? What does that actually mean?
It means you filed a mechanics lien.
Okay.
That's what it means.
Okay, so how about current owner, and then they're the grantor, and I'm the grantee of that also. I recorded instrument.
You know, Mark, listen. Did you ever hear the expression grabbing at straws? Grasping, grabbing, reaching out. You're drowning and you're looking for something to save you. Brad, can you put this in? Listen. The fact is, you had a contract for $5,000. Then you had an additional claim for 14, so you claim. That 14 was missed, and they closed. You did not perfect the lien, so it's unenforceable. Now what you have to do is, instead of pretending it's enforceable and waiting for it to cloud something, you should go after your stepdad directly for civil for the $14,000, in which he'll chew you up and say, we never had an agreement to do $14,000, and so on and so forth. And you'll have to prove your case. And just because you say it doesn't make it so, okay? Then you bring up grantee and grantor, and they don't give a damn. Nobody cares about that because there's an unenforceable lien right now on that house. So, I don't know what to tell you, Mark. I don't know what to tell you. I just know this, okay? I know that people grow old and die are being owed money, and they're never paid because they didn't do it right. Go after your stepfather. Go after him for the money owed if you're believed you're owed money. 303-713-TALK. I think the confusion here was he thought he lost his right when they sold the house to foreclose on that. What would have happened, according to Brad, he would have gone through, the title company would have discovered they missed it, and they would have had to clear it up for the new owner. 303-713-8255.
VIP deadline is next week. Win a Jaguar I-Pace and Jackson Home Vacation, or take $75,000 in cash. Plus, you'll be entered to win the $2.5 million grand prize showdown. There's over 11,000 prizes with 1 in 50 odds of winning. Make a mighty difference for patients and families at Children's Hospital, Colorado. Hurry! VIP deadline is next week. Buy your tickets now at MightyMillionsRaffle.com.
Inventing Anna, the official podcast, delves deeper into the story behind the Netflix series about Anna Sorokin, the fake heiress who stole the hearts and money of New York social elite, featuring conversations with the actual people who played a part in this iconic story, and series creator Shonda Rhimes.
My theory of Anna, which is that thing that Vivian said, I will make you famous. The world will know who you are.
Listen to Inventing Anna, the official podcast on the iHeartRadio app or your podcasts.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. You know what Frank will do for you? He'll give you a market valuation of your home for the asking. All you have to do is call Frank and say, I want to know what my house will sell for on the open market. Why would people do that? They would do that in order to know if they should leave, stay, maybe what they should do is remodel and make the best of it because it'll sell for a lot of money and it'll be even worth more. Or maybe they just want to buy another home, but you want to know what will the house sell for. Free of charge, complimentary. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Also, if you're looking to list, you won't find anyone better than Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. All right, listen to this, all right? You've heard me talk about Genesis. Well, Genesis Total Exteriors is there for you, and they also do solar. That's right, GenesisSolarCO.com. Why would you call them for solar? Because they have a 25-year guarantee on the energy production, along with a 25-year guarantee on all of the components. Call Genesis if you're considering solar. Still get maximum tax credits. GenesisSolar.com. All right. If you're looking for a reverse loan, may I talk to you about Empower Reverse? Empower Reverse. Good people who are there for you. Mark will help you get the right kind of loan at the right time, and he'll counsel you as far as if it's right for you. He will give you personalized attention. Go to empowerreverse.com to find out more about the service you get from Empower Reverse Mortgages. If you're 62 or older and you have equity, you may want to look into a reverse loan. You'll never be upside down in that loan, and your house almost always appraises for more at the end, so you still have equity. 833-502-3100. 833-502-3100, empowerreverse.com.
So many people have told me about Orchard.
And no wonder. It's the new way to sell. For example, Orchard makes you a cash offer for your home. And when your home sells for more, you keep the difference. No longer do you have to choose between an easy home sale or the best price for your home. Let me tell you about Rudy, a recent Orchard customer. Rudy's home sold on the market for $33,000 above his cash offer. Had he gone to a home buying company, he would have missed out on that extra money. But with Orchard, he got more cash at closing. Rudy's story isn't unique. 99 out of 100 Orchard customers sell on market for more than their cash offer. Getting started is easy. You go online and enter your address at orchard.com. It takes just a couple minutes and lets you skip home listing hassles. If you're thinking about selling,
we're watching the trailer of that.
Orchard will pay for your home.
It's a great fucking. It's crazy. It's like weird. I didn't know it was going to be hard ass.
What is that?
Tin Star.
Whoa! Major brands. And the kicker, they can save you up to
40% from the big box stores. I'm consumer advocate Mark Major. What I love is how they bring the showroom to you. You get to see all the different kinds of flooring right next to your furniture, your walls, your paint. They also have free design services. Set up your in-home appointment at simplyfloorsinc.com. That's simplyfloorsinc.com.
Attorney Joe Cordell. New school, new job,
Looks
new
fucking
home.
brutal.
Change is hard and can leave you feeling isolated.
Brutal.
What were you saying about that Mark guy? I missed you. On the caller, Mark? I guess we're not going to have Marty call on that one. It sounds like he's too late. Okay, but Shannon said you were trying to communicate with me when I was on the phone.
I don't remember. I wasn't that way.
I like that main actor too, Tim Roth.
Oh, you know him? He's been around, but he's an English guy.
Yeah, he's
Tim Roth?
It's powerful technology.
He was in a Gone in 60 Seconds.
Oh, he was. Yeah, he can play a real badass.
ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
Do you know him? I knew I saw him, but I didn't know why.
He's been in a lot, actually. I don't think lead roles, but
No, he's in English.
Sponsored by
Oh, yeah.
Discover.
We don't count their shitty TV.
Cold Monday up ahead, mix up sun and clouds, and as the system exits, may get clipped by a little storm shower just down to the south, but not a mountain
By the way,
Real credit card questions require real people. Someone who understands your
like
issues
that,
and works to resolve them with you.
Yeah,
That's
you've
why
seen him.
Discover offers
Lies.
helpful U.S.-based representatives.
He did the
Available
lies.
24/7. Discover. Exceptional
lied.
common sense.
Oh, he was the guy that supposedly knew shit.
Yeah, the lie to be guy. I like that shit. That was good.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303.
713-TALK, 303-713-8255. We invite your calls, problems, questions, complaints, whatever you got. Hey, do you have any, Doc, any follows? Any follow-ups?
I'm waiting for a call back from McDonald.
Okay, that automotive group to find out. This guy wants to know. Like I said, I don't think we're going to find a big problem, but that's good checking up for him. Josh, you say you discovered a new scam?
Well, not a new scam, just a twist on an old one that I want your
What's
audience
that? What's that?
to be aware of so they don't fall for it. I just got a call from quote-unquote Comcast. And the first red flag was they asked for what my wife by name, not me, and then they called me Mr. because they don't know my name. And they let me know that Comcast had a network glitch that changed some of my router settings. And although my internet still works, I'm not getting the speed I pay for month after month after month.
Mm-hmm.
And Comcast has contracted with this company to fix it for free since it was their fault if I would just sit in front of my computer for a couple of minutes.
And what did you have to do when you sit there?
You have to let them in, log in.
Oh, God, are people that stupid?
I think they are. There's only one reason they keep doing it.
Yeah, you're right. It's successful, isn't
You know?
it? That's
But
scary.
this one sounded actually, most of them, this one they had a really good story flow, right? You're still getting internet, so that's not a red flag. You're just not getting the speed you pay for, and you pay month after month, so you should get it. And they've hired us to fix it for free.
Yes, it's a great story, and luckily you knew not to let him in.
I tried calling the number back, but it went to nowhere.
Wait, oh, you did? I was going to ask you for that, but it went, okay, thanks.
Josh, I always tell people, get an email or a phone call from a company. What you need to do is you hang up and you Google their customer service and
call them back.
And you say, look, I just got a call.
And better yet, than I know you say Google, but they have some false flags in Google. So you go to their website.
Right, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Go to
Because
Comcast.com.
I've seen the fake numbers when you Google show up as their customer service sometimes. So Josh, thank you for that heads up. 303-713-8255. It's pretty weird. I'll tell you that right now. When it comes to scams, how many scams have come up? Now, I also hear there will be a lot of new scams. Not only that, they have been showing up already. Guess what? Relief funds and charity funds for who? The Ukraine. Exactly.
Ukrainians.
Oh, my God. It's like no cause escapes scammers. No cause. The fires That's going to be showing up soon, or it probably already has. I haven't heard any direct scams about the fires yet.
You know, Airbnb did something really cool for the Ukrainians. They were kind of advertising to people that own Airbnbs over there, and people are booking them with no intent of going there, but to help the owners out. And they've raised a ton of money doing that.
Oh, really? Just booking them, just to pay?
Just booking them to help the owners of this property out over in the Ukraine.
Well, that's pretty cool. So, we talked about this once before, didn't we? The dirtiest cities in America? Do you know the cleanest cities? We talked about the dirtiest.
I would bet, I would say Salt Lake.
Dirtiest?
No, cleanest.
Oh, okay, let's see. It's not even, nope, not even in the list of the top 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow.
Indianapolis. Did you know that was one of the cleanest? Wow. That's for everything. That's for pollution, living conditions, infrastructure, litter, everything. What is Hayward, California?
I've been there. It's where I bought my last RV.
Hayward, is it pretty? They said it's one of the cleanest cities.
Yeah, it's also a tech area that's insane, man. There's like
really
a lot of the cloud is there.
Wow. And then Nashville, one of the cleanest cities, but I'm going to dispute this next one, even though I haven't been there in a while. Pittsburgh?
Wow.
Really?
Well, I guess now that the steel mills are gone, there's no pollution.
I would say Denver should be in this list.
So
it's not in this.
Where are we on the list?
I'd have to see the actual. I'm only looking at the clean and dirtiest.
Denver.
Denver's not in there.
Why on the cleanest? Why would it be? Don't you see that cloud of smog?
Oh, I guess that too.
All the time.
No, you're right. That one, I guess, right? Let me see though. As far as hold on. Overall rank. As far as Denver, I'm trying to see where we rank as clean or dirty on 1 to 100, 1 being the dirtiest. And I don't see it on the list yet, but we'll come back to that. I'm Tom Martino with more coming right up.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brad tomorrow morning at 6:30, KHOW Denver.
No, Denver is 22 on the cleanest.
Okay, that's not bad. What is it on the dirtiest?
This report is sponsored by Discover.
An accident involving 2 semis.
Oh, we have the most greenhouse emissions.
Really?
Worst air quality is not us. We're not in there.
I don't even know how that's possible, man.
Do we have our brown cloud? Is that because of the geography as well? Because we have the mountains on one side and it's keeping the air from going from east to west?
Yeah.
That's similar fate to LA.
But even worse than that, our fires pollute us so bad it's insane.
Yeah.
Well, there's people that can't live here because of the
real
fires.
people. Someone who understands your issues and works to resolve
At the turn
them
of the
with you.
century,
That's
Denver was
why
the place to
Discover
go
is helpful
for people with
US-based
asthma and
representatives.
emphysema.
Available 24/7.
Fresh air, baby.
Discover.
Yeah.
Exceptionally
Maybe not
common
Denver,
sense.
but the mountains.
You've heard me talk about retirement plans, reverse loans, become the banker, estate planning. All of these things are part of a retirement plan, right? But who looks over all of it for you? You do, right? Well, take the strain off of yourself and get some experts. No matter what you have, no matter who's doing investing, who's doing insurance, who's doing estate planning, who's doing what, get Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies on your team to take care of it all. I'm serious. That's what they're going to do for me, and we're going through the process. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. I'll give you the website and the number. Now, they don't charge on each and everything they do. They have a unique way, like if something pays commissions, that's part of it. If something does not pay commissions, they may have a small fee, but they totally tell you everything up front before you approve it, right? It's family-owned, team approach on your retirement. They're your quarterbacks that look over the entire plan, whether it be insurance, investments, taxes, Social Security, long-term care, estate planning. Get rpcenter.com. They'll meet with you as many times as you want for you to feel comfortable before you actually even hire them. They'll come to you. You can go to them, or you can meet online. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. When you talk about RVs, you have to talk about SentryRV.com. Soon to have a beautiful $10 million facility up at exit 240 and I-25. That's where they're located. They have a beautiful way of doing business with great discounts, buyers' incentives, and high trade-in values. They have new and used RVs. And people come from all over the country because they're so aggressive when it comes to their campers, their RVs, their trailers, their pop-ups. Sentry, as in the 100 mark, C-E-N-T-U-R-Y, SentryRV.com. That's exit 240. Get off and take a right and go down Frontage Road, less than a quarter of a mile. SentryRV.com, 303-453-1111.
What's done more to
Look
improve
at that
overall
I just sent you.
modern medicine or personal hygiene? Actually, it's both.
It's from the
Considering
Attorney
bathing
General's
went
office.
mainstream in the 1800s and brushing your teeth in the 1900s.
Top 10
is
consumer
never
complaints
something new,
here in the
like
state
cleaning
to them
your
in
nose.
Colorado, yeah.
After all, your nose is the body's air filter for disease and germs. The first line of defense against allergens, bacteria, and viruses from getting
The unemployment one's a little strange, but man, it's crazy. It's number 2.
What's number one?
Not for us. Retail sales, not for us.
Navage uses powered suction to pull saline in one nostril to the very back of the nose where germs can get trapped and multiply, and then out the other nostril.
What are contractors on that list?
No, that's why it's not accurate. They do all kinds of bullshit.
And stay healthier.
Commercial and residential home service and repairs like number 5.
Easy to use Navage is. At Navage.com.
Automotive is number 3.
That's right. At Bed Bath and Target. Navage. Clean nose. Healthy
They don't
life.
know how to fucking
Hi, it's Wes Moss, host
keep
of
track
the
of
new
shit.
show, Retire Sooner. You can tune in Sundays at 11 a.m.
I move it to my folder down here called topics.
Well, my son had Zero Res come to clean his carpets. They loved it. They said it was fantastic. They couldn't believe how clean it was.
Yeah, I know, they're really good.
They're really good.
God, I love it, man. I had to do my helicopter. I fucking couldn't believe it.
Well, there's only one way we'll resurface cabinets. Quarter-inch glued nails. Replacement kitchen,
You know,
custom built.
Fox 31 is pretty damn aggressive when it comes to news coverage right now. I think, don't you? That little station.
I think they do really good compared to everybody else.
Yeah, I think they're doing really good.
They're really on long too, man. I'm really shocked that. You realize in the morning they're on for like 4 hours.
I mean, they just, you know, and I was at 22 years at Channel 4 and 12 years at Fox. And they were aggressive as shit, man, when we started.
What do you mean aggressive?
They're just hungry. They're hungry. You know, they didn't take for granted an audience, at least when I was there. And it looks like they're still doing it.
Well, Fox News is killing CNN. And
I'm talking about the
MSNBC.
local Fox.
Fox 31.
I mean, I think they're just a bunch of hungry people.
My buddy was married to Libby Weaver for a while.
Yeah, Pappy?
Yeah.
I know Pappy really well. We went on vacations with them.
Well, you know, they got divorced.
The fucking marriage made in hell, that's why.
Yeah, he put our kids through college.
Oh my God, what a fucking ripoff. I mean, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
she treated him like shit.
Yeah,
We went on vacations and shit.
That sucks, dude.
And let me tell
Did you ever say something to
He
him?
was such a nice guy. He was such a nice fucking guy.
And
Isn't Pappy cool?
Yeah, and his first marriage.
I didn't know you knew him.
Oh, well, he was one of Stu's partners. I've known him for years.
No, he wasn't when I knew him.
No.
It must have been years ago.
He started out being one of Stu's in Colorado Orthopedics.
Then he went on to...
Because the way they had it in COC, they divide everything equally. And John he needed more money, so he said, look.
So he went to...
he went to a different group.
Yeah, where he was an owner.
Right.
He did my knees.
Oh, John did?
No, John did one. Stu did the other.
Okay.
Stu did one originally, and then Stu was, you know, I had Pappy do the most recent one because I knew him, and also Wienerman was backing out of it.
Yes, you know, Wienerman just had a quadruple bypass. I told you.
Jesus. Plus he had
Well, he had a stroke.
Did he recover okay?
Yeah, he's doing great. I played poker with him last week. As a matter of fact,
I hooked his son up with a helicopter instructor. He was
Oh yeah, he was going to be a helicopter pilot for a while, and then he just decided it wasn't for him. And, you know, his wife was head of the Guardian Ad Litem's program in Colorado. in charge of the whole thing.
Stu?
Stu's wife was.
Dan Kaplan Show. Afternoons 4 to 6. Okay, Monday at 4, we'll talk about the latest.
And she's a piece of work. She told him we're going to fuck all basically.
Sure.
She was untouchable.
Hey, how's Pat? Have you seen him talk
I see him in the summertime because we play golf.
to Ukraine? Join me at 4.
But he had a horrible divorce with his first wife.
Yeah.
It's probably still going on.
I know it's terrible.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So according to the Attorney General's office, and I don't agree, but it's who complains to them. That's what they keep records of. I'm sure they're accurate. It's what they get complaints about for the year. And I think they're talking about 2021. And I understand what they mean by unemployment scams. I don't know if there were unemployment scams, but I do know there were a lot of complaints about the unemployment office, Mark, in 2021 and 2020. 2020 was our big year for unemployment. Do you remember we had Phil on here practically weekly, didn't we? Whatever happened to Phil? Is he around? We should do an update with him on unemployment. Really. He was in the fire, man. He was in the real...
a lot of it, Tom, was people using other people's ID to collect unemployment.
Anyway, number one, according to the Attorney General for 2021, retail complaints. You know, like relating to unauthorized memberships, subscriptions, delivery issues. I think they're talking about retail, meaning online, too. I see what they're saying. Not just stores, but delivery issues, termination issues, returns. And by the way, retail sales, we don't get a lot of complaints about them. We don't. Not on this show. And we're a pretty good barometer, being on every single day, specifically asking for problems, questions, and complaints. Unemployment scams, number two in the Attorney General's office. Again, I'm not disputing they're getting these complaints, but they don't coincide with what we have. Automotive sales and service, of course, we get a lot of those complaints. I would say the number one complaint we get, guys, if we had to say, is contractors. Contractors taking money up front, little or no money, or little or no work done.
Or automotive sales.
I would say contractors is first. Automotive would be second. Well, but moving is way up there. Moving, believe it or not. Now, they say professional and other related services, so I don't know what that means. Product and service warranties, business support, and legal related service. We don't get a lot of complaints about that. Now, I'm surprised commercial and residential is so far down on their list. It's number one for us. Number one for us is for them at the Attorney General. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is fifth on their list. So I would venture to say that people don't call the Attorney General that much for problems. Maybe they do. And maybe if they did, they'd have maybe more consumer help, more help. Vacation and travel, oh yeah, we got a lot of those in 2020, especially with the pandemic. Oh my God, debt collection, yeah, we get complaints. I'd say that's a good one. Healthcare and medical services, we don't get a lot of complaints about, do we? Nope. And telecommunications, we don't get a lot about. We did have cell phone issues, probably 2019. Real estate, we don't get a lot of complaints about. So we don't coincide much with, of course, the Attorney General's office, but I imagine they're keeping track of people who contacted them. If we go back on our call log, I mean, my God, there's not a day that goes by we don't get complaints about contractors. People who get money, especially when you pay them up front. I mean, it's just amazing to me how many of them get paid and don't come back, or they come back and do little or no work. The work is crappy. Homeowners, please do me a favor, okay? I know no one wants to hear this, but I'm going to tell you straight up. And then I'm going to hear the complaint, but then who do we go to, Tom? How do I ever get experience if you're telling people not to go to companies that have not been established? Well, here's why. That's up to you to talk people into using you. I am saying do not use a company that is new, brand new, unless the person behind that company has been in the business a long time and you can verify it. with a stellar record and recommended even by former employers. Now, people who have not been in business a long time, they haven't gone through the test of fire. Now, they say, well, then that's not fair, Tom. How do we ever go through the test? Well, you go through it any way you can. And if you keep going through it and keep talking people into using you and you do great jobs, then you're going to be one of those companies. But it's called paying dues. Also, you've got to be really strict on this. And I don't care what they say. Don't pay money up front unless it's under very specific circumstances, which I outline. I think it's still at referralist.com. If you look, I think we talk about how to pay money up front if you have to.
And also, like the caller this morning, make sure that if you're going to buy supplies, you pay for it, get a receipt, and make sure you're the one that's buying the materials.
Yeah, or that they're delivered to your home and you pay upon delivery.
Right, exactly.
Yep. And it's just really smart business. Now, Chris, welcome to the show. What's going on?
Hello?
Hi, Chris. What's happening?
Hey, Tom, I got a question for you. Who owns the property that's between the street and the sidewalk, that little piece of property?
Okay. It depends on the development, but in most cities and municipalities, ownership of the street goes from the center outward on each side and covers that piece of property, the curb, that piece of property, and the sidewalk. However, they're assessed according to homeowners. So if work is done on them, you're assessed according to your frontage, but it's not owned by you. So you have the worst of both worlds. You get to pay for stuff, but you don't get to claim ownership. Now, in some private developments, you own to that curb. And when I say private developments, I mean developments where a developer developed it that way. And then they do what's called a dedication of streets. And then the city takes over the streets under certain conditions. But you own what's ever in front. So it depends on where you are. Hold on and we can explore that. I'm interested in why you're asking.
I'm willing to bet you it's a homeless question.
Discover.
What's that? I'm willing to bet you he's concerned about the homeless.
Well, if they're in front of his house, he can chase them off.
I'll bet you he tripped or something, some kind of liability.
I think he's asking because he's being assessed, maybe not.
I don't
You
know.
think it's assessment? I think it's liability.
This morning on next door, one of my neighbors was literally livid about homeless in his front.
Really?
Yeah.
In your neighborhood?
Well, I don't know about on the next door that I see when I open up my next door. I didn't look to see what the guy was. I knew.
Yeah, you know what?
Real
Next
credit card
door,
questions require real
posting
people.
cross
Someone who
neighborhoods all the
understands
time.
your
Yeah, I
issues
know. It's
to
crazy.
resolve them with you.
I look at the ones that are right around me, though.
U.S.-based representatives available 24/7. Discover exceptionally common sense.
You know what? If you have pain, get out of pain.
Hey, wasn't that easy? Next. No, I'm not kidding. Listen, I'm really serious when I say this. Colorado Pain Care is dedicated to getting you out of pain. They're called Colorado Pain Care Sport and Spine because really that's where most of the pain comes from. Sports, hello, and your spine, hello again. Well, Colorado Pain Care can help you with that and every other kind of pain. 303-GOT-PAIN is the number. They have multiple locations and hours from 7 to 7. Why don't you read about them at coloradopaincare.com. Okay, reverse loans are part of a retirement plan for some. If you're 62 and older, you want to tap the equity in your home. You want to take as much as possible through your life and not pay tax on it. Well, you can do that with a reverse loan. One of the people I recommend, Empower Reverse Mortgage. You can find them online at Empower, EMPOWER, EmpowerReverse.com. Good people who will sit down with you and take the time you need to be counseled through a reverse loan. What does it mean for you? How much do you need? Do you want the lump sum, monthly payments, or just a line of credit for emergencies? Whatever it is, you can trust Mark and his team. 833-502-3100. 833-502-3100.
Questions? When should you start your benefits? 62, 67, 70, or when? What about benefits for a divorced or surviving spouse? So many questions, and Social Security
You
will
could
not
not
give you
have
the
a
answers.
worse set of
I'm Mike
circumstances
Whitmore
for
with
that
Blue Iron
fucker.
Capital, inviting you to a free Social Security class on Tuesday morning, March 15th.
But some people will say
For more
the
information,
reason
go to
they're so bad is because of
registercolorado.com. That's
Well,
registercolorado.com or
the whole
call
thing with energy, he put us in a corner by discontinuing all our domestic, oil and gas production.
I don't know. What are you going to do with your man?
Give him the mark.
That's right. 1% APY on a 24 CD.
What are we going to do until you're in?
I don't know, man. I think the voters will
And his woman. Don't forget Kamala.
Did you hear what you said about explaining the Ukraine war? Did you hear that clip?
No. What did you say?
She said, so they said,
Talib didn't think that was that bad. I literally played it for
come
him.
on.
I swear to God.
Wait, where it says something, we have a neighbor and then
where she's talking to like 2-year-olds.
I was considering the fact that she was talking to folks that probably don't pay that kind of attention.
To know that Russia's a country?
Man, to understand anything about it, really. I mean, like I said, I told a bunch of people, let's look at a map.
I found it. Like 3-year-olds.
Exactly. It was so. I think she has the IQ of a 3-year-old.
No, she's not. You don't get to be stupid like
she's not stupid.
You don't get to that position.
She's not stupid. That's just being insulting.
But she's thinking that people she's talking to are that stupid, which bothers me.
Which bothers me about Biden saying, if you don't vote for me, you're black. You're not black. Okay, which bothers me. Like somebody else just said something like that too. Those kinds of things are idiotic for anybody.
I asked you if I can identify as a black man because I voted for Biden.
You could if you wanted to.
Okay.
It probably wouldn't hurt you.
Okay, I'm wondering, why is Chris...
We all have an idea of why Chris is asking this question, and we all have a separate idea. Chris says, who owns the property between the sidewalk and the street? I say most of the time the municipality, although if it comes to improvements, they assess the homeowners for their frontage. Now, Chris, why, just out of curiosity, we all have an inside bet here. Why are you asking that question?
Well, I mean, I live in Pueblo, and it seems that people here in Pueblo love to use that front piece right there for storage. They abandon cars. You got cars that have no plates, no tags.
We're all wrong, man. We're all wrong. I thought you were asking because you were assessed some money. What did you think, Doc? He was asking because why?
I thought it was a liability issue. Somebody tripped or...
And why? Talib thought maybe there were homeless people camped out there?
Yep, I thought you were talking about folks on the grass.
What did you think? No clue. All right, well, Talib came the closest. They're not homeless people, but they're a bunch of property. Like, give me an idea, Chris, of what's out there.
Well, I mean, there's a couple cars that's in my neighborhood. The tags have been expired for 8 years.
Now, did you call? Wait, I know. Well, they're not supposed to be there. Now, what kind of neighborhood would let that happen? How wide is that piece of property? I think that's only about 8 feet wide anyway, isn't it?
It's big enough to fit maybe 1 to 2 cars on there. I mean, if you put the cars at an angle.
Are they right in this guy's in front of this guy's or this woman's house?
Well, you got the house, you got the sidewalk, then you got the piece right there, then you got the street.
I understand, but the cars that do they belong to the people where they're right in front of the house?
I'm assuming that it does.
Why don't you call the city? They'll come and get them.
Oh man, we got a lazy mayor.
I'd call it.
We won't do nothing here.
Well, in Pueblo, it's even worse than that, man.
It's really bad here in Pueblo. The politicians here don't really give a crap for what's out here. I reported on people sleeping in RVs. They don't do anything about it. They just let them sleep there. Cars are just abandoned everywhere out here.
Yep.
It's hard.
You know, I hit a microphone inside your mayor's office so we could hear what's going on in there. Hold on a sec.
Well, he won't be there because he'll be home sleeping.
Oh, I have it here somewhere. Let's see. Come on, man. There it is. Yep, you're right. He's peaceful. Okay, anyway, the mayor doesn't, no, the city sucks, man. Pueblo is the worst. And we had Pueblo police one time on the line. This woman had him on the line. We had this on the air. There was a guy outside their door, knocking on the door saying, "Let me in, I'm going to kill you, you bitch!" Knocking on the door, pounding. And the police said, "Well, we won't be able to get over there just yet." You know, and the whole city sucks. So you actually called the city, and they did nothing.
I'm still waiting for a response. Even the police department, I had somebody come to my house, knock on my door, trying to take my kid away. I never met the guy. It turned out it was my ex-wife's boyfriend. He came to my house drunk, knocking on my door. He physically hit me, and I defended myself. I called the police. The police showed up, and then the DA tried to take me to court for third-degree assault because I beat that guy up who showed up to my property.
Listen to the story about a man named Jed. A poor mountaineer barely kept his family fed. And then one day he was shooting at some food, and up through the ground come a bubbling crude.
That's just what you got there.
That is Black
I'm
Bull,
sorry about that,
Texas.
but they deserve everything they get in Pueblo. I'm telling you, we got to call them. Look, here's what I want you to do, Chris. I want you to tell me when you're going to call on these cars again. Seriously, we want to call and follow up. Where do you call? Do you call the police department?
No, they have a website where you file complaints, and then it goes to the lady. I think her name is Karen. She does all the code enforcement.
Karen.
That's where it goes to.
Oh my God! Yeah. I can't believe you just said Karen. Okay, well,
yeah, I know, but I think that's her name. It's Karen.
Okay, well that's terrible. But anyway, we're out of time. I want you to give us that number you're calling. Suze, can you get that number he's calling at the city, and we'll take this up tomorrow. Well, I'm Troubleshooter Tom Martino. We have referralist.com for help, information, and referrals when we're not here. You can also call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466, and save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino.